oblivion. Forget about the innocence. I'll show you who I really am. I'm not a part of your game. Stop pouring fuel to my rage. Don't think you're so hard to break. I freed myself from this chain. Now watch me rise and reclaim everything. I'm here to stay.
I've been hiding in the dark quietly, watch it all fall apart, trying to fix all my wrongs, but I don't know where to start. The atmosphere really tempts me, must be something that I can't see. Though I'm not giving it time, I'ma just speak. They say I'm a weirdo, I don't care though, cause I'd rather be on my own, and it's my throne, and it's my home. When it occur to coast, I'm in the zone, yeah. You see that I'm ready, chasing my dreams like I'm riding with Freddy. Your moment's coming, just make sure that you're ready, cause I'm better than I ever been. Cue the confetti.
I'm not a part of your game. Stop pouring fuel to my rage. Don't think you're so hard to break. I freed myself from this chain. Now watch me rise and reclaim everything. I'm here to stay. Part of your game. Stop pouring fuel to my rage. Don't think you're so hard to break. I'm not a part of your game. Stop pouring fuel to my rage. Don't think you're so hard to break. I freed myself from this chain. Now watch me rise and reclaim everything. I'm here to stay.
Hello, who's awake?
Hiding in the dark, kept myself in silence for too long. Tried to rewrite all my wrongs, but every day I'm feeling more anxious. A puppet in the sea, playing along with your symphony.
It's all a dream.
How would you really want me?
Wake up.
A voice throbbing deep in the sea. Fall into oblivion.
Random sheep.
Forget about the innocence. I'll show you who I really am. I'm not a part of your game. Stop pouring fuel to my rage. Don't think you're so hard to break. I freed myself from
Well, luckily, now my lights. Luckily, this weekend I actually got a break.
I've been hiding in the dark quietly, watch it all
I didn't have to work Saturday,
my wrongs, but I don't know where to start. The atmosphere really tempts me, must be something that
but since I started my new job like 3 weeks ago, I've worked every Saturday but this one.
I'm not a part of your game. Stop pouring fuel to my rage.
I don't know what's next. Elliot, but at least you got work. Yeah. I mean, I'm not like, yeah. Happy to have the job, but sad that takes so much of my time. My channel's slowly, or it was slowly imploding. Job killing me on the inside. Yeah, well, so far I'm only a seasonal at UPS, so I'm trying to make my way into a full-time driver, which could be a pretty decent career, but we'll see how that goes. If by the end of Christmas I can't like get it, I guess I'll get laid off. And then I'll have a lot of time. It's not true. Well, I mean, it's kind of truckers, but not like a semi. Well, if I don't make it, then we can hang out more. In my box, not in my house, because I'll be poor. Nah, we good. Full-timer Zach now. Certified truck driver soon? I mean, that's one way to put it. It's a package car, but yeah. Just get yourself fired so you have more time for Arknights. Where was the stop at the end of last stream? Oh, look. If I switch though, M8-A is where I'm at. Damn, Arknights stream under a bridge will win. Oh, actually, this is the big one. Not the big one, but it's a boss fight, so. I'm a part-time. I lived up to my name as far as YouTube goes. Money is temporary. Arknights waifus are eternal. Yeah, I was saying last night, this is the last month or so is probably the worst month I've had on YouTube since I started. It was pretty rough. Like analytically, I had I had 30 subs in the entire 28 days that I've had. And normally we get like 300 or 400. So yeah, I mean, it sucks because it's like sacrificing a bit, obviously, on the channel. I had days where I was negative, bro. I don't even know if I've ever really had days that I've been negative since I've started YouTube. Yeah, I had entire days where I was like 3 or 4 negative. It was pretty wild, but I get it. You know, you have an expectation, you want somebody to make content, and then that content just isn't fulfilled. So I mean, I'm not mad about it. It's just part of the transition and stuff. So it's not even my 19K. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I did it on purpose though. Harry, what the hell are you doing? No, I'm just kidding. Thanks for hanging out though. Yeah, no, I get it. No, I get it. It's like when you look at the numbers, it's kind of like sad, I guess, especially if you are a YouTuber, you kind of understand like when you're like putting all this time and work into it, and then you just have to kind of chill for 2 weeks, and then you kind of see it go like I was on the upswing of this. I was like going up, and then I had to kind of start full-time work and had to slow down. It goes and then I've kind of like stalled it out a bit. But it's fine. It's part of life. It's part of YouTube. Full-time paycheck feels super good though. Yeah, I mean, before I was kind of living on whatever deals I could get for YouTube, which, you know, lore's long. Yeah, it's Arknights. The lore's always long, bro. Is this the day one risk 18 enjoyer? Well, it was my first day playing it, but I think it was the third day because I did it yesterday. Gonna wail more when the paycheck comes. I've already wailed before the paycheck came. I have to change your Discord name to Full Driver Zach when I get it. Sure. I'm sad the anime is almost over. Yeah, that's another thing I gotta catch up on. Damn. I got like 3 episodes to catch up on. Nah, I skipped the lore after chapter 6. It's so good though after chapter 6. I was like, the best part is after chapter 6. What's up, AK? It took you one day, therefore it's a day 1 clear. Oh, I guess that makes sense. I thought day 1 like as in the day it came out, so day 1. The anime makes me super happy. Definitely a great in between. They gave more for game players, but still gives something to either. That's what I've been saying though from the beginning though. I thought they did a really good job of juggling like expectations from, you know, people who play the game, and then just making a really good anime that other people who don't play the game or don't even plan on playing the game would like. Nothing. We just started like 10 minutes ago. Just kind of waking up talking. Who was it? Was it Chibi Reviews or something like that? They did a review on it, and I was looking through the comments. There's a bunch of people who either said something along the lines of, oh, actually the anime got me into the game, or if I hadn't watched the anime, I wouldn't even have known about the game. And then of course there was people who were like, I don't ever plan on playing the game because I don't play those games, but the anime is really good, which I'm still okay with. I don't expect everybody to turn and convert and play the game. I just wanted people to actually get familiar with the universe, because like there's so many people, and I've said this before, like even veterans who play the game who are missing out on just such a good story because, you know, they're either not interested in reading, or, you know, they play the game just because they like the strategy aspect of it. But yeah, so I don't know, personally I think it's really good, so I'm just happy that the anime, of course there's people who are saying that it's kind of rushed or they're cutting things out, but I feel like those people either don't watch a lot of anime or don't understand a retelling or like a conversion to an anime. Like they can't put everything in. Like that's like they're doing like 1 through 3 chapters, right? They have 8 episodes to do it in. That's a lot of shit to pack into 8 episodes. Like if it was a normal run of like a 12 anime, because normally what animes run for like 12 episodes if they're a smaller company, and then like maybe you get to the 20s or 18s if you're kind of a bigger one for a season. But you know, then maybe you could have more leeway, you could have more build up and stuff like that. But I think they're doing a really good job of the action and the actual story parts and stuff like that in 8 episodes. Yeah, and they're not even the best episodes in the game. So they're trying to make stuff that's more compelling for chapters that are obviously a little slower because they have a lot more to tell. Most of the people who complain are players after all. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they either just don't watch other anime and they just watch this anime because it's Arknights, and like, well, I read such and such. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah. What's up, Extended Magazine? What are you doing? Yeah, isn't that in the next couple of weeks? Isn't it having like a mini series going on? Well, definitely, Mushu. I think they're definitely having like action kind of at the forefront because like obviously that grabs your attention. And so far, at least the ones that I watched, the back half has been more of the action part. Like, so the first, or no. The first part's been the action part, and then like the back half has been a little bit more story driven. It doesn't read the story, but loves spoiling themselves. Am I close to beating? I'm on M8-8. I'm just trying to wake up a bit, then we'll jump in. Oh god, you write your dates backwards. 12/23. Oh, okay, so December 23rd. Yeah, I was. Those are actually doing insanely well when I was doing them. I'm kind of pissed that I had to slow down on them because I was doing every episode. So now I'm gonna have to do some bullshit where I merge 4, 5, 6. Wait, what the hell have I missed? I have not missed 4 of them. 4, 5, 6. Did we just have 7 or did we just have 6? You had to get past 2 ads to get here. Well, here's another one. I'm just kidding. You watched episode 4? Did I never? Oh wait, I watched episode 4 but never talked about it on the channel. Are you sure? Maybe I did. We just had 7. Oh god. I don't think I did 4. So if that's the case, it's 4, 5, 6, and 7. I have 4. How the hell did I miss 4 weeks? Holy shit, I made this other video. Oh my god, episode 3 I made on the 12th. Holy shit, chat, I made it a month ago. Jesus. I'm a fake. Oh god, unsubscribe. Unsubscribe. I'm fake. Damn, I gotta watch 4 episodes with you guys. Probably tonight. Is that 2 hours of content? Should I do a review like on the anime? You should do whatever makes you fun. Like whatever, well, okay, that was rude. Whatever is fun to you that will make it fun. This is what I meant to say. Sorry. I do reviews because I like talking about shit and I like hearing myself talk, bro. That's why I stream. And those are the most fun things to me. Like, I don't like doing guides. I don't really care. I like to do character reviews, but only like personally. Sure if you can be objective. I mean, I don't know. What do you mean by objective though? I feel like my thoughts and processes when it comes to reviews are pretty like, you know, straight to the line. I pretty much just say what I want. Like, I don't really say anything controversial or anything. Do you want to do the boss? We're all here for the ride. Yeah. I'll jump into it. Yeah, I'll probably continue the watch party on Discord. It's gonna be kind of an awkward time if I get off of here because a lot of people are in different parts of the world, so I'll probably have to do it tonight, like at 8 or 9. But okay, let's convert. I'll quit talking. Tonight. Yeah, probably, because otherwise I have work tomorrow. Oh, I didn't 3-star this. Oh, I know why I didn't 3-star this, because one of the damn rush downs got past me, I'm pretty sure. People are queued for the joint banner. Oh, well, shit. Should have led with that. Just queued for the joint banner. Oh, droid. Okay. Wait, is this the stage you guys are talking about though? Oh, well, yeah, it's the secret stage, right? You have to have a certain secret meaning or whatever. Why am I in Silver Bros? There we go. Didn't look half bad, but what was I doing with Spot? See you later, Kami. Thanks for hanging out. Should be good. All right, hold on. Let me switch the team. I don't know why I always do this like this. I always have to have like the main OGs on the team. Not really, because I got rid of Blim. Rip Blim in hell. No. Anyway. Where isn't ever a scenario where I need 2 healers? I feel like sometimes I do, and then sometimes I don't. I don't know. I'll take another sniper.
I'm very familiar with that.
And then maybe like arts damage. I don't know, bro.
Got it.
Pinecone E2, yeah. I have Pinecone E2. No healer for this stage if you have a brain. Wow. The Ursa's assholes are hiding amongst the infected and the mercenaries. I always change this guy's voice every single time I read. They're disguised as Reunion. Keep an eye out. Unless you see paint somewhere on their body, don't let a single one of them get away. If they even dare to step aside, kill them on the spot. The Reunion folks are only here because they were talked into this mess. Yeah, I gotta turn it up. I can't hear it. Do we really have to kill them? Save that question for yourself. Now he sounded like the Inquisitor. Oh, no, it's too loud. We'll see what you think in a few minutes when you find yourself getting stabbed in the back. Guard, the enemy's putting up way too much of a fight. Reunion isn't supposed to have this kind of firepower. But what kind of firepower are they supposed to have? If we're able to give out all of our mortar gunners the newest weapons, we probably could have taken the city down directly without the catastrophe. They don't care about covering their tracks anymore. They're trying to rush inside at all costs. If that's if that's the case, why didn't Tallulah keep them close to her? Because she's afraid. She's afraid we'd see through their identities and their plans. Not even she would be able to cover up everything if there were too many people. Besides, those aren't the kind of weapons you can just pick up and take around. That's true. They probably had all these weapons stashed across the core city long ago, just for times like these when everything falls apart. They were designed to deal with us from the start. They want to start to kill all of us, but they are wrong. We'll be the ones doing the killing today, not them. Hold the line forward. What are you doing? You want to leave the battlefront? Rhodes Island, take a better look. We are the battlefront. Ah, shit. Wherever we are, that's where the battlefront is. Forward. That isn't going to work. Our teams can't keep up. We'll hold the line and find an opportunity to take them out. Then you'll keep up. Phantom Crossbowman, can you do this? ... We don't really have much of an advantage without the captain. But you can do it. Right. Captain Faust was willing to throw his life away for the rest of us. If Rhodes Island's rabbit can really help us get us revenge for him, we're more than willing to put our lives on the line. No. You don't need to. You're from Rhodes Island. I just need to bomb their position directly, right? Radiant, if you are reading this, help me jam there. If you're reading this, are you talking? Rosmontis, first off, I don't understand if you're... Oh, is reading this mean like you're getting this? Like you're receiving this? 'Cause otherwise, I don't understand what that means. Help me jam their signals. I need their headphones to blow up for a moment. Yep, just the sound, not an actual explosion. For a minute, I thought she was like... Yeah, reading. Yeah, okay. For a minute, I don't know. I was like, reading it. You could blow their ears up if you want to. Okay, 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Phantom Crossbowman, get ready. What? 3. Guard, have your team break up. Oh, wait. I'll trust you this once. Shield guards, shield bros, take your shields down. You'll be out in the open. It's all right. But the gorillas. 1. If someone's willing to put their life on the line for us, then we'll put our lives on the line for her too. I reckon. Look, all the bastards pretending to be Reunion passed out all of a sudden. 3. There's a question that guard has asked himself many times. He finds himself wondering this once again. There are many operators in Rhodes Island with astounding powers, and with those powers, they can easily influence the outcome of a battle. How should he look upon those formidable allies? Once he got an answer from Ace, our boy. He got another answer from Scout, our boy. And now he found yet another answer in Rosmontis. As her massive swords began to bear down on the enemy's artillery, and as the Sarkaz mercenaries began to raise the crossbows in their hands, Guard can't help but yell out of his lungs. Shield guards! Shields up! Protect Rosmontis! Together, they are a squad. They need to be protected. They need cooperation, and they need understanding. They are people who are fighting gallantly, just like him. Oh, I just realized this isn't full screen. Why the hell? Got him. Got him. You got pretty sharp eyes, kid. Thanks, guard. Oh, thank. I always get the voices mixed up when I do that shit, though. Thanks, guard. Don't thank me. Just do what you're doing. All Shield Bros, squad members, and infected, and my friend, my family. We will make it home. We will defeat them, and Amiya will defeat Tallulah. Then we'll go home together. More blood. Oh, Calcit. Isn't this where Calcit and Doctor left off? Where am I? I should go back. It's a little cold. What's up with those black shadows? Oh, I remember now. They were freezing to death, so I gave them something. It's cold here. What did I give them? I don't remember. I think it was something important. I think someone might have told me to never give it to anyone else. But then, why did I give it away to them? Was it not important to me? Probably not. If it gets too cold, I will probably disappear too. ... I know why. It's because that's what my friends would do. My friends. ... There was a guy who was really strict. I wonder if he saw me as a friend. There was someone who sang to me. It's been a long time since I heard her sing. Oh, hold on. There was somebody who looked really scary, but she makes really good food. There was a girl. She was the dearest to me. She was the one who told me where I could go, but I don't understand. I really don't understand. There was also somebody who rarely talked at all. Okay, so they're talking about the encampment, Patriot, Tallulah, Crossnova. Something is coming. There are a lot of black shadows. What are they doing? Do they want my life too? Right, life. Life is precious. Is that so? Is life useful at all? The black shadows are getting really close. Why are they asking the real question? Elena too, yeah. Are they here to take my life away? Is life worth living? Don't ask that. Just what is that? Take a step back, Doctor. Don't get any closer. We got here too late. This isn't infected no longer. It's something else. Poor fellow. Even I have only seen a case like this just once. The caster and the victims were fused together. Their bodies and Organium formed a mountain and formed into, and from it bloomed a kind of real fragile flower. The dust spread in the wind, and whoever that traveled through that cursed place found themselves infected. Not only that, but anyone who was unfortunate enough became new hosts and ended up spreading the suffering and death. Doesn't sound like you're just talking about the past. Is that rhetorics? Would merely be insults to this tragedy. Everything that I say is the truth. The source of the infection was as lively as poison. Its effect on life doesn't stop naturally. At the time, I swore to myself that I would keep something like that from ever happening again. Yet things rarely turn out the way you want them. I've come to notice that these things will just keep happening over and over right before my eyes. Low moans. It seems like it's fallen into a deep sleep. It's just venting unconsciously. That Sarkaz herd was probably not under its control. Holy shit, I already know what this is. Not under its control only because it wasn't trying to control them in the first place. Freedom. It's ironic to think that a herd could be free. I knew it. This is the culprit of the Organium dust super spreader event. It's Mephisto, right? This isn't good. If this is how all the Sarkaz herd are going to turn out, the losses will be beyond measure. Its dust isn't just some pile of Organium arts anymore. It might even affect normal people. It wasn't pretty. The Organium clusters blooming across the cities. If I can help it, I don't want to see anything like that ever happen again. Dr. Zack, we need to subdue the thing first, stop the herd from growing, and prevent the infection from spreading. I mean, Mephisto's the only one that can create and control the herd. Is that? You know what that is? I want to say can't say it for sure, but I think I know. Yeah. Doctor, I don't know what's going on in your mind. Dr. Zack, I'm a doctor, not a judge. This world is suffering from a disease. If no one treats it, what do you think will happen? Of course, living things usually have immune systems, and suppose the world does as well, it might be able to recover from the disease on its own. But we can't leave. We can't live in an even more barren world that will only cause it to weaken, and we will die out because of that. As for the infected before us, hissing sounds. Let me get this out of the way. If a disease is seen as untreatable to us doctors, death is far from a foregone conclusion. Until an effective cure is found, the patient's life is under serious threat. That's how we see it. There's one thing that a doctor will never believe. There is, even if it's what the whole world believes, the disease is untreatable. That's an excuse, and one that should never be used by doctors. It doesn't matter what kind of predicaments we find ourselves in. I will never use my medical knowledge in any manner that can be concerned inhumane. From the moment all life is born, they all possess dignity. No matter how society at large sees them, treating patients with orpathy will always be my calling. That is why I will never give up on life, especially those that can be cured. Whoa, okay, we're seeing a different kind of side of Calcit. Yet we as doctors will never deny that there are precautions that must be undertaken to prevent disease from reaching even more people. The infected cannot become the tools of others. No one may control other lives. If I don't do anything at all, that will become a goal, a weapon, an excuse. If we leave it be, then we won't be able to take our revenge against Ursus. Okay, I knew I was forgetting a word. On the contrary, Ursus's wounds will become the wounds of others. We cannot leave a struggle of pain simply be. There are some diseases that the normal medical personnel cannot cure. All the things that the world imposed on them will only rain down on others several times over every now and then. That's about everything a doctor can do. If we are to save even more lives, whining sounds, then we need to make a decision. Silence. So I mean, what she's coming to is basically we got to put this thing down and kind of the greater goal of society. So she's pretty much saying like, okay, the operator's breathing can be heard clearly through the filtration systems that they're wearing, which is why our goal is without a doubt undeniable. Dr. Zach, we need to halt the core city's power supply, but before that, to prevent another catastrophe from happening, we need to take care of the herd that's growing in numbers by the minute. Monster, arise. We don't have much time left. With how it turned out, we can't even say we're delivering for anyone from harm. The Sarkaz herd's fate is sealed. So basically, we got to stop this from turning people into herds and get rid of the herd because they're no longer people. All Calcit can do is stand there in silence and stare at the white crystalline being that can no longer be called an infected. How many scars are there on your body? She asks. There's no way to tell whether she is asking the trembling creature or herself. The white creature spread its arms. This is kind of messed up. This is like, you guys ever watch Full Metal Alchemist? And you get to the part with the daughter and the dog. That's all I'll say about that. That's the kind of moment I'm feeling right now. What do you want? It tries to walk forward, but its fragile wings are unable to support its own body. There are sounds trickling out of its throat. I mean, that's a little different because that was like the father did all that shit, but it's like the same amalgamation. I don't know. It's the same like grotesque thing is the word I'm probably looking for. There are sounds trickling out of its throat like a river of terror formed of whimpers. Something really doesn't feel right about this. What a beautiful creature. A little bit of a psycho if I say that one, right? Yeah, they don't feel right. Your premotion turned out to be correct. Premeditation? I don't know. That premeditation turned out to be correct. That's not a normal infected creature. It's the source of this large-scale super spreader. Edward. It's singing. Oh, it's singing. Mephisto finally gets to sing again. Why is it that... God, man. Oh, I don't want to skip. Special infected Mephisto. The circumstances you find yourself in and your own actions fed upon each other and your body is the perfect example of what that has led to you. This is neither a court nor a place of enlightenment. We are neither judges nor clerics. We have to dispel your influence and eliminate the possibility that you'll become a biological weapon. Anything that happens beyond this is of no concern to me. Until then, let us fight. Let us fight against this tragedy until the very end. Oh my god, a warped creature bathed in torment cannot be blocked and releases toxic dust upon losing a certain amount of HP. You know, Arknights is one of those games, man, where you go into a boss fight like this and it's like, damn, dude, I don't want to, like, sometimes I don't want to win, or sometimes I don't want to go through it. Like, it's just traumatic. Oh, the music, though. All right, I'm not going to risk it. I think I'm just going to put Flame Tail here. Like, you guys know what I mean, though? Like, I get the hate on Mephisto. I get most people are like, F Mephisto and all this shit, but I don't know, bro. Mephisto is in such a weird spot for me personally, because it's like, he's a kid. He's a literal kid. Like, he didn't know any better than what he was kind of like had to go through. And it's so kind of hard. Oh, the shit, he moved. Don't do that. Why are we moving, bro? Stay back. I don't think that's a good spot long term. This might be an alright spot. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, he has some range though, huh? Alright. Certainly does. Alright, so she can't stay there. She's gonna die. She's on skill 1 again. Swear to God, I changed that. I think this could be alright. Oh, Exy is getting ripped too. Oh shit, okay. Hold on, some shit's happening. I think we can be fine here. No, we cannot be fine, got it. My bad, damn it. How far is his range, bro? You got some big ass range. Oh wait. Oh no, I totally had misunderstood that entirely. It's global. I see. A little different. His range is in fact global, my friend. Yeah, I totally misunderstood that. Well, shit. He's gone though. Oh, he ain't gone. He's just right here now. Okay. Oh. Huh. You say bro read skills? On what? On him? That was my first time. That was my first time fighting him. What do you mean bro read skills? I read what it said when it popped up for the first time on my first run. I read it. That doesn't mean I know what everybody else does when I have a fucking encyclopedia in my head. Jeez. God. I didn't refuse to read though. That was my first time running it. You guys fucking what? Like see everybody and immediately quit and go read it? Jesus, that was my first run on the dude. You guys all just see the enemies for the first time, quit, immediately go back and read it, and don't even try it. Raise more medics. Well, I'll figure it out. When activated, heals and strengthens an enemy host unit. Each time a certain percentage of HP is lost, releases a toxic cloud across the battlefield that lasts. Okay. So it might be better not to hit him. I know you can't see any of them before you do the run. That's my whole point. Is how would you know what people do? Okay, and in my defense, I don't know how to say your name. Bakamati? Pro read skills made it look like you were telling me like I was an idiot for not reading it. But if you were actually just casually saying like, hey, by the way, read the skill, my apologies. Oh yeah, I also need to change Horn's skill because her skill 1 isn't gonna do me any fucking favors. I don't know. I need to change that like change that in here.
Give you a shoulder massage? I'm pretty well known for my PT.
My bad. I don't know. I'm so used to reading. It is. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, why is the default? Oh, nope, wrong one. So used to going to that. Oh, is it because I changed it initially for a different thing, I guess? I don't know. Why the hell is it not? Where the hell did she go? Oh. So I think second skill seems better.
Victoria's servicemen should take pride in their own
Need healers. Okay. Let's see. Honestly, probably not gonna use silence because I don't know what the hell I'm gonna silence. So Lumen might also not be that useful in this scenario. Silence drone would be okay. We have AoE silence drone. This fog does true damage. Okay, well, I meant like I'm not gonna use Lapland's silence, damn it. But I'm gonna use the operator silence. Wait. Via meta. I'm not really sure if I should burst him down. Part of me feels like I should leave him alone for a bit, but I don't know where he goes. Because the thing is, he starts all the way back here, and then he moved up to like, was it here or here? I feel like he moves up like one tile every once in a while. So it's like, do I burst his ass down and try to kill him as fast as I can? The range is going to be global, so it almost seems like I'd want to take it in waves, though. It doesn't seem like I want to keep having the miss keep happening, or I'm going to die. So I don't know, but then I don't know where he goes. Like, if he just keeps continuously going to the fucking blue box, then maybe I just let him leave. I leak him? Isn't he worth 3 though, or is he worth 2? Goes a top box? Oh, I guess he probably goes this way. Well, the thing is, it's hard not to hit him, you know? But we'll see. Worth 2. Oh, well, I have 3, so technically I could, but let's see.
Operation commencing.
I also think I have time for this. I hope I'm right.
Oh, almost dozed up. I have to get serious now.
Might even tuck her back a bit. But he's buffing all these enemies though. So yeah, I feel like this is like somewhat of the best tile. Something like that. Let's all see what he does, because I don't know. I mean, if I put her here again, we're gonna have the same issue. So, oh, okay. I see his buff though. The music's so weird. Excuse me. This might be a good spot for her, but I wouldn't know. Ah! The javelin bitch. Ah, Cruz is dead, huh? Give me my Cruz, you shitlord. That's fine. Yeah, Mudrock, I don't know, goes down here though. I feel like. Wait, that doesn't really help. Well, it'll be alright. Whatever. Thorny Horny can still reach, but Amiya's kind of useless. Where you going, buddy? I do see. I see the error in my ways. Just fucking move, dude. Don't do this to me. I forgot he's never gonna move.
Let me create a diversion.
You really killed. Oh God! I swear to God. I swear to Lord. Where do you guys go? What are you guys doing? What's the plan, Stan? Where are you guys going? Like I won't just hurt your dumbasses in a line. I know they spam throw, and I know they don't move until I move or until I do something about them. What's the plan, guys? We all just gonna stand around and talk about some shit? I'll wait. Do this all day, dude. Ah! Oh, this is some shit. Why is the music so dramatic? Dong, dong, dong. Feels like I'm in a Godzilla movie, bro. Dwayne, Dwayne, Dan, Dwayne. Straight up in a Godzilla movie. Okay, actually, this is fine. Amiya can burst down this dumbass, and he'll do his little spurts every once in a while. I actually think we're fine here. This works. I don't necessarily need Mertz the Turts up here. I mean, I could even actually maybe... No tile for you. Yeah, I can't do shit. has me believe that I should do something like this and kill these three. Try it. Why not? We got time. Not like we don't got time on all hands.
Long night 2 shall now end.
Ah! You went all the way up here.
Yes, I'm fully ready. Orders received.
Do your damage. Myrtle, smack the shit out of him. Myrtle, beat his ass.
Allow me to want to topple me? By what?
I need my drone back. The thing is, if he does go into a second phase or whatever the bullshit, because that's just how Arknights works, he's gonna be all the way over here in second phase. So I'd have to hope that
Allow me to study your command style.
that I have time. Rah! Oh. See, I need a Lisk arm to tank those to tank these javelin bros. It just doesn't work. Why is this? Oh, wait, this is Lullaby. Is it not? How do I get rid of the javelin bros without getting my ass kicked? Yo, Arknights, why do you gotta be so Samsung?
Whew, almost dozed off. 悪くない場所だ.
You're a javelin sack of shit. That's all I gotta say, my friend. Oh my god, bro. Leave everybody alone. You javelin ugly ass shit lord. Does this have like a certain shell on it, or what's going on with this thing? How do I kill the javelins without getting my ass kicked? I know Lisk arm can tank him, but Jesus, bro. I don't think Mudrock can. Always gets our ass kicked by that shit. Damn, do I really have to do this shit?
2 shall now end.
Okay, I'm realizing very quickly that the placement for a Mia did not work. It was ass. It's an ass placement. A lot of enemy. Holy shit, my game glitched it. Or not glitched, but lagged, and then everybody died. Actually, Thorny Horny might be able to do this, so we're good. Oh, and my boy are awakened from his slumber. Actually, might be able to keep Surtur alive long enough. Just fuck off on the javelin thing, dude. Well, have a good rest there, Mephisto Hosto. Mia placement ass, by the way. Just want to put that out there. Thorn's placement pretty good. Thor knows what's up, though. Thor knows what's up, though. When it comes to beating some assholes. These guys do so much damn damage. It's incredible. Cool.
Mission accomplished.
Mephisto did nothing wrong. That's all I gotta say, bro. I need to go forward. Okay, he did a lot of shit wrong, but it wasn't necessarily his fault. Operators, prepare the mist to limit all the dust in the area. You monster. I need to go forward. I put him out of his misery. Out of his misery. Fall back. The mutation has reached its limits. Avoid putting any more pressure on the target. Someone's talking. Someone's singing. All dreams sink to the bottom of the lake. Life is important, really important. My friends lost their lives. They all left to me. They stopped. They won't go on anymore. If you have your own ideas and your own goals now, monster, prepare to fire. Where should I go? I know. I get it now. But no matter where I go, people are going to beat me up. It hurts. If I hit them back, they will get hurt. I don't want to hurt anyone, but it really hurts right now. Is this going to do it? Are all infected going to end up like this? I can't. I need to keep moving forward. They are worried. I can't keep them worried about me. Tis the reality that even time cannot shake. I know, they don't like me, but they don't like me because I did something bad. I don't want to do anything bad anymore. Dr. Zach, I told you this before, whether it's the symptoms or the causes that we eliminate makes no difference to me whatsoever. It's dark here. Where will I end up? Then hurry up and make a decision. Do as I told you. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to get hurt. Or I want to get anyone hurt. This has to be a dream, right? A dream where everyone is just hanging around quietly, smiling. I need to wake up soon. You always wake up from dreams. If you don't wake up, it's just the same thing as not moving on. I need to go forward. What's up, unedited? Seal the hatch. Dispose of all the infected sources quick. Let's go. Let's go. I won't look back. I think I figured it out. I need to tell them this. Right. I need to tell them. Being alive is a good thing. Being alive is precious. Being alive is painful, but some of my friends have walked a long, long road. Now I remember. I need to tell them. It's a good thing to be alive. Let's go. Goodbye, my home. Good night. Goodbye, the person who sang for me. Goodbye, Tallulah. Goodbye, Sasha. Goodbye, my friend. Damn, man. Oh, you gotta be sad. Mephisto, bro. He's just a kid. Casa swipes her finger across the control panel in the sarcophagus. Low, thunderous roar immediately dissipates. It's all over now. We put an end to the sudden disaster. We fulfilled our obligations and completed our mission. Chenobog's core city has lost its power source. I can guarantee that this facility won't be reactivated within the next few years. For the next few hours, the core city will only be able to use the energy it has stored to power its engines. Once that is used up, the entire city is nothing more than a hunk of scrap metal. We've done all we can here. However, if we want to bring it to a halt before it crashes into Lugman, we'll have to use the emergency brakes. That's Amiya's mission, and only Amiya has what it takes to fulfill that mission. Is the city going to be abandoned here? If the Ursus Empire still wants it, then let them have it. You aren't afraid of them putting it in service again. There were two things that happened here that had to do with me. The first of those happened some 20 years ago. About 20 years ago, a small mining company controlled by the Boris group of Ursus unearthed a strange set of equipment in the southern mountains. News about this quickly traveled to the conglomerates. I can't remember. Leader, Boris. Conglomerates? At that time, the court made a bold decision. He tried to build an industrial city with all the necessary facilities and equipment, with the expectation that his colonial Jesus could shake its resilience on the military and controlled mining industry and the arms trade. Now the equipment could have been some inheritance passed down by the gods or a device of sarcasm witchcraft. That doesn't matter. As long as it worked, it would give the Boris group the breakthrough they needed. Of course, it could also have been nothing but worthless scrap, and any amount of research would not have produced any meaningful results. It could have also been something perilous, something that could level multiple settlements in the blink of an eye. They put together a team of talented scientists, all of them young, sick of working with elementary theories, embittered by society, in need of money, and had been marginalized by academia for years. You were on the team. That's right. Soon after I left Colombia, I found out that this through my own networks. I joined the group in order to keep them from blowing the entire city up. I'm something like an expert on the topic, so one way or another, I ended up becoming the scientist's mentor. Now, Chenobog wasn't just your average emerging city, and also it used to be old and run down. Before the scientists realized what the device's true purpose was, I allowed them to siphon a certain amount of its energy to provide Chenobog a resource other than orgenium. Not much, but certainly not negligible. Count Boris was beyond that. I was beyond elated. He paid all that money, and he certainly got his money back. He was someone who really knew how to do business. Chenobog quickly developed, and droves of people were drawn to the city seeking opportunity. Many smaller cities joined the Boris group as well, either out of respect for Boris himself or because they were awed by how generous the man was with his money. The Chenobog propelled to the fore, the scientists' research had also reached an important breakthrough. Reached. I probably should have stopped him. Go on, it's okay. Let me continue. Brilliant as they were, a few of my students uncovered the device's secrets on their own. First, they realized that the energy they were siphoning was generated only as a side effect of the device's operations, a kind of hibernation node. Its original purpose was for the device to keep functioning normally. There was also another thing that they realized. The energy that they had been siphoning from Chenobog was but a small fraction of the energy the device could actually provide. Just a tiny, tiny fraction. At first, they were ecstatic. This had potential to greatly reduce Chenobog's reliance on the orgenium mining industry. If they could put together something similar to the device, then Ursus would never have to worry about energy again, and the mining and refining process of orgenium would also become much simpler. Then fear began to sink in. If all that energy was used to forge weapons or begin a conquest, Ursus would undoubtedly be engulfed in a sea of flames yet again. Now, fortunately, the scientists were all good, upstanding people. They wanted to prevent disaster, and unfortunately, they didn't change a thing. When the Fourth Army got involved, the scientists had already realized just how serious the whole situation was. And by the time my students were ready to have the device sealed, the secret police had already figured out all of their weaknesses. Lilia? I don't know if that's Lilia or Lilia. Was a leader among the scientists. He was both righteous and stubborn, qualities that went hand in hand. The secret police knew that kidnapping his family would only unleash the hatred in him, so they picked someone else. Sergey, my oldest student. He was Skull Shatterer. Okay, hold on. Hold on. He was Skull Shatterer and Misha's father, a very indecisive chap. The secret police hardly even threatened him, and that was enough to destroy what little determination he had. I remember reading part of this, though. Sergey. Yeah, never mind. Sergey. The fear of losing his family and his respect for the colleague in their work tormented it. Wasn't this in The Walk in the Dusk? Tormented him, and in the end, he chose what he must have felt to compromise to him. He turned over the experiment's objectives and data to Court Boris. The reality is he shouldn't have trusted anyone. A drowning man will clutch at a straw, yet that straw could also be the very thing that ends up killing him. The Count didn't protect the scientists. He protected just Sergei and allowed the military to carry out an attack, which then turned into a massacre. The Count didn't have the power to protect the scientists. He could barely even hold his head up in the presence of the military's top brass. Even though the military and the nobility had lost so much of their influence after the Great Rebellion, that didn't change the fact that Court Boris's family was new money. They bought their noble status from another family. Sergei managed to save his children, and the price he had to pay was to watch the murder of all of his colleagues in the core city sarcophagus. After all the bodies were removed and the blood cleaned up, a new lab was set up for Sergei, built on top of his crumbling mentality. Holy shit. Needless to say, Sergei never again produced anything meaningful with his research, and with the loss of their distinguished, overly honest scientist, Ursus' research on the device ended up in quite the mire. After that, everyone simply forgot about the place. No one cared. Nothing could be changed. After the secret police and the garrison packed up their bags, the Count and Sergei had the place sealed. The whole process was uneventful, too. The equipment was kept running, and the energy just kept flowing from the sarcophagus to Chenobog's core city, perhaps powering the entire city even. For Sergei's service and sacrifice, the Count nominated him to the position of City Council's secretary. Is it secretary? Secretary? Oh, and this happened after Sergei's son, Alex, was found to be infected and exiled. The Count finally had the power to stand up against the military, and factories big and small began to spring up around his core city. The Fourth Army no longer had him under their thumb. All they could do was watch Chenobog leave its circle of influence. In the years since Chenobog began its operations, Count Boris also managed to make an enemy of Grand Duke Bayakal, one of the advisors of the Third Army and the biggest beneficiary of the Farscope refinery, thanks to their disputes over the prices of the raw materials used in manufacturing. The Grand Duke ordered several clandestine attacks on the city, but none of the attempts were able to shake the city. It had already become one of Ursus's most important cities. The Count then arranged matters so that the military was not allowed to garrison, I think it's garrison, in Chenobog, so the armies could only do as the emperor told them and station in the city's surroundings to defend it. To keep a watchful eye on the place, so to speak. Clandestine? Oh. What's more, Chenobog is not bound by the military and the old nobility's rules. One after another, copycat cities began to emerge all around Ursus. The desire for materials and products drove the masses to seek out better ways. Instead of becoming mere slaves that reek of filth and blood, they wanted to become slaves of a higher purpose. And that's where the problem lies. Not completely. I personally think that the moment the scientists, my students, died at the hands of Ursus's greed, Chenobog was doomed to fail. But be it as it may, I never used this as an excuse to forgive myself. Now, thanks to everyone's kindness and fortitude, here's something I considered. Suppose it was used for the benefit of others, and suppose it was able to provide us a different path. Ursus's scientists would have used it for the greater good, though I can see how that would have turned out. The person I used to be would never have arrived at that conclusion. It would just lead to the deaths of even more people. No matter how magnificent everything may seem in the beginning, in this evil world, our benevolence will always be twisted into something else. In other words, Dr. Zach, I was the one who sent them to the slaughterhouse. I did nothing except stand there and watch them die. And it all happened because the place I presumed the path would take us was a place I dreamt up out of immaturity. It's a dream that will never come true in the world we live in, all because they were all too kind. What did you want to do? Are you sure you want to know? It's not something one would normally consider a part of a doctor's responsibilities. I'm sure you are well aware, Dr. Zach, I am more than just a doctor. You're a maid. I can see you don't truly want to know. You are merely curious. Once you know the answer, you will only come to regret it. I don't want you to regret this, Dr. Zach, at least not yet. All I can say is that you were much better at handling these situations than I. You don't want to tell me. I have lots of questions that I don't want to answer. It's true, I'll admit, it wasn't ever my intention to fulfill Ilya's final wishes like this. So much blood was... Oh, is that a capital I? I hate when it's a capital I next to an L. So much blood was spilled, so many lives were lost, and it turns out the very last thing I do to remedy all this is what I should have done in the very beginning. This is very small text. But if you were capable of doing that, why didn't you help them do this in the first place? Because I didn't know them. Because I anticipated a different ending. Dr. Zach, there are people who inflict violence and send others to the gallows merely because they don't know the other person. A person can kill another without remorse solely because they don't know a thing about them. If we knew everything about those other people, would we approve in any way? Or would we just disregard their actions and judge them as stingently as we can merely because they have more identity now? Would we determine guilt and innocence solely based on their identity? Because they are rich or poor, normal or infected, from Ursus or from Lugman, or from the city or the countryside? Have you ever wondered why all the infected that Rhodes Island takes in are from the cities, are from well-off families, and have a decent education? You have to admit there are infected out there who live in the wilderness away from civilization. Others live in far-off places with no a way to communicate with the cities. Then there are those who live on the streets and in back alleys, just trying to survive from one day to the next. None of them have never even heard of Rhode Island. To say nothing of those other infected-oriented pharmaceutical and medical companies. Oops. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. That is the reality we are in. They didn't want to resort to violence. They just never had the chance to learn what else they could do. In the past, many people worshiped the power of violence because of the violence others had inflicted on them. Violence worked on them so they could use it on those around them, and that worked on those other people as well. Therefore, violence became their tool. They don't understand life without violence, and their lives will always be ruled by pain and hatred. Violence isn't a plow, though. The road traveled by violence would always remain a barren land. The infected who was held in the sarcophagus and got wrapped up into the monstrosity, do you think he's evil? We're all born evil. Was it power and violence that created the evil in humans, or was it the evil humans who created those tools to harm their fellow man? Or their fellow men, I guess. Huh. I like this sentence is kind of like both, though. I mean, humans are inherently greedy, right? I mean, what's up, Bob Frost? They're inherently greedy, so it's like it's kind of both. You know, there's evil around us because we want more stuff, and then with that we become more evil and we become more greedy, so we build stuff to take over more things, right? Greed is good. Greed is good in some capacity, yeah. Greed motivates people and keeps people inventing stuff and innovating, keeps the technologies continuing, but there's also bad greed. We don't have the right to judge others. No one has that right. Like in Mephisto's case, like, was he going to be a bad kid? Like, in her philosophy of that would mean that Mephisto was born to be that way. You know what I mean? Like, Mephisto, from like the second that he was born, had some sort of evil in him that manifested throughout his life. But I feel like it was like he was nurtured to be that way. He had no other way to be. Like, literally, Mephisto was in a rough ass childhood, grew up around rebellion and rebellious scenarios, and had a warped sense of justice and good. I mean, was he the monster because he grew up in a bad scenario, or is he a monster because he was inherently an evil person? That's why when everybody's like, I hate Mephisto, it's like, I get it. But at the same time, Mephisto didn't choose that. He didn't choose the environment he was in. He didn't choose what he ended up being. So in some essence, does that mean that he didn't choose to do the things? He made choices based on his ideologies that were built by other people. Now, that doesn't mean that he didn't do bad things. You know, turning people into mindless zombies and stuff like that. It's not very good. It's not very morally good, but it's easy to understand that morally if you have a good moral conscience versus, you know, when you're reading it. From his perspective, he was doing whatever he could. He was bratty. Yeah, literally had one source of joy and it got ripped from him. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Mr. Shy Guy. And it's even probably more bleak in this reality than it is even in normal reality. I mean, I don't know, because obviously there's just not much hope and happiness for people in Terra. Well, I'm not saying like, you know, be sympathetic for him or anything like that. It's more of a pity or more of like a, I don't know. Like, I don't think anything that he did was good. And I still think that everything that he was doing was wrong. But at the end of the day, it's more of like, damn, I just feel sorry that he had to go down that path because of the circumstances that we learned about him. That's why when everybody hates on him, I'm like, I get it. But like, you also have to see the whole story. Like, he's not just some asshole kid. He turned into that, but all right. To realize goodness and then do something good, to recognize evil and then refute evil, and to combat evil with evil and then win. All that makes us no different from our enemies, and we have to take our own lives by that logic. Thanks for hanging out, Akita. Dude, even this sentence. So like, I grew up in a family that was poor. I had a single mom, and we lived off of like welfare and all that different stuff. My mom, you know, drank and did drugs sometimes and stuff like that. And I had a group of friends that had a very similar circumstance. Single mom, welfare, you know, the mom drank and did drugs and stuff like that. And what was so weird to me, and this sentence right here always resonates with this and this weird thing, because when I grew up, I grew to not like that stuff. Like, my mom would smoke cigarettes, my mom would drink and do all this different stuff, and I grew to resent that stuff. So I don't drink, hardly ever tried it in high school. I had like one night where maybe I tried it just to see what it was. Never smoked cigarettes in my life, never done any drugs in my life. I refuted that because I was mad that I felt that that was what crippled our family into being into a poor scenario. So I hated it. Like, I was so mad about those type of things. As I've grown older, like, I don't really care when people drink and do all that stuff. It doesn't really matter. But those group of friends that I had, there were 3 siblings. Those guys all ended up copycatting. Basically, they mimicked the behavior. So instead of refuting it, instead of refusing it, they copied it because it was everything that they knew. And so it was always weird that whenever our lives are basically in a similar starting point, what determined that I decided to refute it and reject that reality and try to carve out a different side of it versus just copycatting it and going. I always think back to it because they're still in a kind of a bad scenario now, even us being 20 something. And it's weird. It's so weird to think that, you know, I'm not even saying in a like a prideful sense, like, oh, I was just so much smarter, I was so much better. It was literally just a fundamental decision that I made at a very early age that I was like, okay, well, I don't want to do that shit. This seems so stupid. It seems so sad to watch my mom go through all this stupid shit. Like, cause she was so to the point lazy where she wouldn't get out of bed. She wouldn't do anything. And it's just like, what kind of life is that? But they had the same mom that would do the same thing. And they were like, my mom and her mom were friends, and they would do it together and do all this different stuff. And it was just like, how do you copy that? How do you copy that and do that? It was just so weird. I had peer pressure all the time. I had a cousin that I grew up with. He was like, I was a single, or what do you want to say? Like an only child, right? I was an only child. My cousin got into doing that. My whole family kind of does drugs and drinks and all this shit. And every single time that I'd want to hang out with him, because we grew up together, he was essentially my brother. The only person that I had that was like a brother, because I was an only child. And, you know, we grew up playing video games together, and we grew up, like, I watched him, I did everything, and he was like my role model. And then he started doing all these bad things, and every time that we would hang out, he'd always offer, and I would always be like, nah, man, like, I just don't really want to do it. And so I was always around it, like, you know, because I wouldn't leave. I'd just hang out, and I was just like, whatever, I guess. I mean, I'm not talking about like hardcore stuff, by the way. I'm talking about like weed or something. I'm not talking about like hardcore drugs. But like when they would drink or, you know, they would smoke or whatever, I was just like, okay, well, I don't want to do it, but, you know, I'll just sit here, I guess. But it was weird because it was like, this is my biggest influence, but like they didn't influence me to do bad things. I don't know. Like they tried, and I was just like, nah, I just don't care to do it. And it's just weird. It's just weird. Like what? Like I've always been fascinated by the psychology of this thing. Like what makes me different than them psychologically when we have a very similar upbringing. That's why it's weird when it's like, could Mephisto have been a different person? You know, could he have realized that what was happening in his life was, okay, well, this isn't right. This isn't the right thing to do. And then became like in like a different parallel world. Maybe Mephisto would have been the opposite. He would have been like the hero of this scenario because he saw what would happen. And then, you know, now he's fighting Tallulah and the rebellion and stuff like that because he realized how brainwashed and shitty it is. It's just weird to see that the story could have went in a different way. Just like anybody else's life. Could have went in a different way. Didn't have the personal willpower to reject it. Yeah. I don't know. I just think about it a lot because like when I think about when I was a child, like I never really had these complex notions or these complex thoughts. I never thought to myself like, well, this is for the greater good. This is my morals. This is like even though fundamentally I was building my morals at that age, and that's kind of what has always made me stick to not doing stuff like that. But I didn't know that. I didn't know what the concept was. You know, I didn't get it. I just knew that this is not something I wanted to do. And I knew this would infect my life if I went down that same path, because I saw it. I saw everybody doing it. And I even saw the kids that I was hanging out with. They were bums, basically. You know what I mean? They never wanted to do anything. And it's just like watching people go through that, never wanting to do anything, never wanting to get out of bed. And it's like, I don't know, bro. It was just weird. It's just weird to think about. So like when I read this, sorry for the tangent, by the way, for anybody who's like, get on with the story. I'm just always super embedded into like stories like this because it's a personal thing for me to have different decisions. So like when I read something like this and I'm like, damn, bro, it's hard to think about. It's hard to think whether this is like a nature or like a chemical thing. This is why we should blame society and not individuals for a large margin of it. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to blame specific people on things when no one is inherently evil. I mean, I guess if it's like a chemical imbalance, but I'm not no doctor. Yeah, the nature versus nurture thing. Like I've always heard a lot about it, but it's just like I don't really know. Like what inherently makes you bad? Is there a certain thing that ticks that you're more inherent to copycat something versus being a person who doesn't copycat? I mean, Faust was in a weird predicament too. We could even see very early on in some of the early chapters that Faust didn't necessarily agree with what was going on. He was just there because he made a strong connection with Mephisto. And then they were so connected that it was like Faust was kind of like the guy who he should have spoke up but doesn't. You know what I mean? It's kind of like you watch the shows where it's like bullying and stuff like that, and you always see the outside kids on the major bully. And you get like, you ever watch some of those dark shows where it's like it gets a little out of hand, like the bullies being a little too aggressive, and you know, one of the pals of the bullies are like, hey man, maybe we should chill, like maybe we should kind of like back off a bit, and then it ends up getting like really escalated, and like those kids don't stop it. You know, it's just kind of like they're like, well, it's wrong and it's kind of messed up, but what do I do? Like, what, you know, because this is my buddy, this is the dude that I'm hanging out. Or they're scared of the bully themselves and they want to be part of that group because they don't want to be on the receiving end, you know, whatever reason for that. But you know, there's scenarios like that in the real world where like, you know, the major bully's doing something and it's like, okay, this is different than just like calling a kid a name or some shit, you know what I mean? And yeah, it always ties back that the bullies have really bad home lives for the most part, or they're neglected. Even if they're rich and wealthy, they're just neglected as kids, you know, because a lot of people kind of don't understand that too. Like, oh, well, this kid came from a rich family. How the hell could he be? How could he be so pissed off? And it's like, because his parents don't ever talk to him and he's raised by a nanny. I don't like, I'm not a psychologist, but you can imagine not being raised by your parents and being raised by essentially a stranger. It'd be rough. It'd be hard. It'd be hard never seeing your parents, and in their minds, maybe they're working for the greater good, so you never have to worry about anything. But at the same time, there's a difference between working and being there for somebody. No amount of money will ever make me not want to be there for my family. That's why I hate working 6 days a week, 10-hour days, because it's like, money's cool, dude, bro. Like, buys the cool setup, you know, it has the cool stuff in the background, but at the end of the day, like, nothing's going to get me back the years. You know, my daughter turns 5 months in like a week, you know, nothing's going to get that 5 months back. When she turns 5 months, and nothing in this world will be able to pay for me to go back and experience, you know, her being 4 months or 5 months, 6 months, 7 months. You know what I mean? So it's like none of that will ever get me to that point. I can have $1 billion, and as of right now, I ain't no time machine to buy. So, you know, that's why it's important to have a balance to that kind of stuff. But well, because I want to be superior, because either they're getting bullied at home, or like literally what she said, where she said people inflict violence on somebody else because violence was inflicted on them. And if it worked on them to make them submissive and to make them obey, well, then that's all you're taught. If you're taught from a very young age, violence submits people. Violence tells you what to do. You become obedient because of somebody's violence. Well, you're just going to be like, okay, well, then I just need to beat the shit out of somebody. If they don't like me and they make fun of me, or they say something I don't like, well, I just beat them up. I just tell them what to do. Yo, thank you for sharing that, Arwen. Yeah, I mean, people don't see the stuff on the family, like the wealthy family stuff. Like, everybody's inflicted by this. Poor families, middle class families, wealthy families. Like, it's just, neglect is neglect, and it all happens for different reasons. There's different reasons that parents do things, and there's different reasons that they neglect their children, but it has very similar repercussions. You know, so I don't know. It's just very interesting to kind of see a game dive into this topic and kind of start to explain stuff. I always feel like there's just a lot of scenarios where people are like, oh, I hate this character because of this. And it's like, I get it, but I can see where it manifested and why it changed the way it did and where it came to. That's why I always feel sympathy for Mephisto, even though everybody kind of hates him. I'm like, I mean, I get why he's like that. Okay. Anyway, but Dr. Zach, if you know me, then you know that there are always certain things that need to be done by someone. But these are definitely not reasonable and fair behaviors, and certainly not something you can just carry out and claim to have the moral high ground. Yeah, that's 100% true. For the most part, from what I've been able to see, very healthy or very wealthy families usually have more family issues. I would say honestly though, being poor, because like me and my mom had a pretty strong connection, like fundamentally, like she was always there for me, but she just always did bad things. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, she just wasn't very smart when it came to like not doing drugs and doing all this different stuff. But it's like, when it came to her and I having the ability to talk through stuff, that was where she was so strong, I guess, and why I'm kind of a strong communicator. So it's kind of weird, because it's like, fundamentally, yeah, she put us in a situation where it doesn't make any sense. Like, why are we in a poor scenario just because kind of like she doesn't really want to do anything? But at the same time, she taught me how to communicate and how to effectively tell my emotions and stuff like that, which is something that a lot of kids don't have. You know, a lot of kids could have the wealthy house or the middle class house and, you know, go to a fairly nice school, have a couple friends, but their parents never sat down and talked to them. They don't read books to them. They don't have communication. So then there's a distance between you and the kid, and like you don't understand your kid and you don't understand your parents, and it's just kind of like this weird disconnect, and you don't know how to exert your emotions, and you don't know how to like fundamentally communicate those. It's weird. I don't know, because there's also scenarios where it's like, you know, maybe a family got divorced. I honestly think having a divorced family is harder than being a single family. Like me and my mom, I didn't know my dad. I met my dad like once and it was whatever. Honestly, I don't have any, like, because I don't have to have any weird feelings of like, why aren't these people together? Why aren't they both raising me? Like my dad leaving me at a very, very young age, like as a child, I never knew anything different. So me raising, like being with my mom just makes sense. But I feel like it'd be more crippling if you had parents that were together and you got raised to like, you know, 10 or whatever, where you can kind of comprehend what's going on, and then they split. And then you have to kind of realize, like, how do I digest that? What the hell does that mean? Was it because of this? Was it because of that? And humans just have to have some sort of level of understanding, even though it's like they could have divorced for whatever reason, like personal reasons between themselves. Like humans have to have some sort of like, well, I had to have been involved, or they have to start thinking of stuff. And of course, most parents aren't sitting down with their 10-year-old and be like, hey, by the way, you know, mom and dad had issues communicating. We had issues fighting. We had a toxic environment and we decided to split. Like parents aren't doing that for the most part. You know, they're not telling the child like, hey, here's the fundamental reasons why dad and I split up. Like they're just kind of like, we just split. And then you just tell the kid like, well, now you're going to have two families and it's going to be fun. Like they try to make it like you're going to have a really good life instead of just being realistic and be like, hey, this is going to be very hard. And you're going to have to come to terms with a lot of things that aren't your fault and try to understand things that just don't make a lot of sense right now. Like parents don't typically do that. And I get it. You're trying to protect your kid in some aspect or some sense, right? But I think that's way harder on a kid than it is to just not have that, because you don't know what you're missing out on. Like as somebody who's a single child with a single mom, I don't know what I'm missing out. You know what I mean? I don't know what I'm missing out by not having a dad. Never had one. Doesn't really matter. I don't know what I'm missing out by having a bad brother or sister relationship. Never had one. No, 100%. No, I'm not saying that it's not. Like sometimes divorce is just, it's better for both people. It's going to be better for the family and it's going to be more healthy for everybody involved. I'm not saying that splitting up is a bad thing fundamentally if there are two grown adults that are mature enough to realize that they have differences and stuff that they felt for each other just isn't there anymore and they need to split for mature actual reasoning. I don't believe that people should split because they have miscommunication and they can't kind of figure each other out. I think being in a relationship is a choice that every single day you have to make a choice. Like, I want to be with this person, even though I'm frustrated. I want to understand what's going on. I want to communicate. If you do not want to do that with somebody and you're like, you know what, it's been fun. We have kids. I totally understand, but I'm just not in a place where I want to break down and do this stuff anymore. I want to move on. Like, that's fine. That's 100% fine. And in most cases, that's going to be best for the child because they don't have to watch their two idols fight all the time and potentially get abusive or more aggressive than they've ever been. Because let's be honest, the person that you love the most will bring out some sort of like anger in you that you've never felt before because they mean the most to you. They have the most deepest connection. So they're able to pull you in different ways that typically wouldn't necessarily happen. That's why I feel like relationships have a lot of abusive things, because it's like when you really care about somebody, I mean, I'm not very violent, but sometimes it gets way out of hand to the point where it's like, that's messed up. But it's just one of those things where it's like, if that's what's going to go down that path and you're mature enough to understand, like, we need to kind of break up, or you just don't have feelings for each other or whatever, that's, I'm not saying that breakups aren't normal or divorces aren't just part of life. I was just saying that it's just, I feel like that's harder for kids than it is to just have a single mom and not have a dad because dad didn't want to show up. I was able to come to grips with that a lot easier than it would have been if my mom and dad had been together until I was like 12 or 13 or some shit and they broke up. I wouldn't have got it. I wouldn't have understood. Do you know the content creator Tectone? Yeah, I know Tectone. I don't know him personally, but had a really fucked up past. He's a Mephisto case. He unconsciously does the things he's experienced, even though he tries to avoid it. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to like understand, like, because the biggest thing that people struggle with, and even myself struggle with, is having self-awareness and knowing that you're doing stuff. Like my mom has she's very manipulative and she's very prone to anger and she's very prone to, you disagree with me, you must be wrong, you must be an idiot, you must not know what's going on. And I struggled with that a lot when I was growing up and I never knew it. Being manipulative or saying things in a context where it's like, well, you must not care about me because of this, that, and this. And it's like, it's taken me very many years. And thankfully the person that I'm with now, we've been together for 7 years. I've been able to grow. I've been able to understand, like, I had kind of anger issues, not in the sense of like, I'd beat the shit out of something, but I get very angry over very small things. And I'd have to walk away. I'd be like, this shit pisses me off. This shit's just annoying. Or I just get very frustrated very fast, but like not like super over the top, but just enough to frustrate myself. Cause it's like, if we're having a normal conversation, there's nothing to be mad about. Even if something is fundamentally aggravating or fundamentally, like, the person that's coming up to you in a lot of cases when you're having fights are trying to express their emotions, they're trying to express what they're saying. And even though they're not saying it in the correct tone, or at least maybe what you don't think is like the correct tone, they're trying to communicate with you. And when I broke it down, like, okay, we're having a discussion, we're having a fight, we're arguing about something, but fundamentally this is a discussion that they have a different opposing idea and they're trying to articulate that, maybe not in the best way, and I'm probably not doing the best, but if we're able to sit down and kind of blow past the emotions or get the emotions out or kind of talk about that, we can sit down and have a real fundamental, and in a lot of cases, especially with me and Shy, which is Mrs. Part-Timer, I think that's what has established us being together for 7 years. We have made the conscious decision that even though stuff gets kind of annoying, we get a little frustrated with each other, we just kind of sit down and we kind of let the emotions, you know, have their place, but we also just know that we're trying to communicate with each other and we're having a discussion for essentially the embetterment. Because like when you're having a fight, you're just, in your mind, you're trying to make a situation better. You're trying to articulate what would make the scenario better for you or more comfortable for you. That's all you're trying to do. I mean, most people don't fight just to fight. You know, most people aren't just like, oh, I hate this guy, I'm just gonna start something today because fuck him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people think that way, but most of the time it's because they're unhappy or they're just not having their needs met, which is why communication is so important. I mean, I have that problem too. See, I'm not immune to that shit too. I just had it earlier today when somebody said read, bro. The hardest part about streaming, making content, is interpreting people's texts. There are very many people who are from different countries, and from my experience, I don't know if this is 100% true. In America, people are very roundabout. How do I want to say it? Like they kind of beat around the bush, try to be a little overly nice about a certain thing. There's people who are toxic, but in other countries, people are like direct. You know what I mean? That's just like, they just say what they want to say. They're not trying to be rude. They're just like, just read it. Like somebody saying read, bro, is literally them just saying like, hey, when you're done with this, like to them anyway, they're like, when you're done with this stage, just take a look at the stats and stuff, man. That'll help you out, whatever. That's like what's going on in their mind. But when I read it and I interpret it, I'm like, well, yeah, no shit, I'm going to read it. I can't read it. Like, to me, I feel like somebody's mocking me because I'm not doing the right thing, you know? So I feel like it's hard to decipher, yeah, like as tones, because there are people who come in here and they're like, well, just use Silver Ash, dumbass. And there are people who fundamentally believe that there's no point in trying to do something with your account when you can just grab a support. You know, whatever. That's just the way they play. That's the way they do it. And they're trying to help you. They're trying to be like, hey, this would be so much easier if you just got Silver Ash. And in their head, they're just like, just do it. Just grab this guy. Just play this person. There's people who come all the time onto the account, don't know where I'm at, like roster wise. They have no idea. This is their like first time watching me. And they'll just be like, well, just pull out Calcit. Why don't you pull out Calcit? You know, if you had Calcit M3, S3, you'd be good. Did you miss some drama? No, we're just having a fundamental chat because of Calcit. A moral chat. Now it's developed into Tectone talking about some bullshit. But I mean, yeah, so the way I deliver it is important as a message, but it's also important for a content creator like myself to realize that there's different ways to interpret information. Like I said, there's a lot of people who are from different countries that speak very directly, and I'm not familiar with the way that they talk. So I take it as like somebody's telling me exactly what to do, when to do it. And I'm like, nah, that's not what they're trying to do. They're just trying to be nice. And so I go on a little rant and that person will be like, Maple and I have fought quite a bit. Maple's like, I don't even know if Maple's in here, but Maple is so direct. Like Maple just says something and it's like, you can't tell if they're being nice or if they're trying to be kind of like, just do this. So Maple and I have little arguments all the time. And then I realized, oh, they're just trying to help me. Most of the time when it comes to backseat, which is another thing that other creators don't like, is backseats. It's like people want to come in and they want to enjoy what you're enjoying, right? So they're trying to help you. They're trying to make it the most enjoyable experience. And that's just kind of how it is. I mean, AK and I talk like that too. AK always has really long ass texts because I guess AK always feels like they're going to get misinterpreted or something. I don't know what happened, but every time that AK talks, it's always really long. And then it's like kind of a roundabout way of explaining something. And I'm like, okay, well, that's right. I'm not trying to get off on a tangent, but some of this stuff matters to me, like personally and on like a deeper level. You know what I mean? So like when I read some of this stuff, I just feel the need to talk about it. So hopefully I'm not boring anybody. But that's just it. I'm sorry in advance. I mean, that's just the way you talk. If that's the way you talk. I mean, I talk fast. Do you think your mom's behavior is what got you to be suspicious of people's intents? Yeah, very early on, I would say so. I mean, I'm always like, I also think that kind of got me into the overthinking thing. There was a lot of times where my mom was very weirdly direct. So like, for example, I'm not a very fit man anymore. When I was in high school, I did wrestling. I lifted a lot, kind of out of school too. I did. And so when I see my mom now, she always says, like, the first thing she always says is something along the lines of like, damn, you're getting a lot of weight, or oh, you're getting kind of big, or oh, your beard's this way, or like there's always something like, or did you brush your teeth? Like, oh my god, your teeth look like, there's just like a lot of things that she says, and maybe in her mind she's trying to be caring or something like that, but to me it's just like instantly hurts my self-esteem, and she's been like that kind of forever. So I felt that I'm very indecisive on the channel. You guys probably see that from some of the different content. I never really know what direction. Sometimes I just want to play AK, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to I look up to a lot of people. Like, for example, like Viper and Cookie Kazi and all those guys. I'm like, damn, they're just doing AK content. They're having a good time. They're having fun. Damn, that's kind of what I want to do. You know, I want to experience the game. I want to have discussions. I want to have fun streams and shit like that. I just don't really want to worry about other games. And then I'll look at like Chaotic or something like that. I'm like, damn, Chaotic's killing it with like all these different games. Those games look fun. I don't know if I just want to play one game. And it's like, I start kind of looking at some of my influences, and I'm like, fuck, like, I don't know if I want to go down that path. And I feel like the reason that happens is because every time that I would talk to my mom, she would like, well, she always question everything that I did. Are you sure this is the right move? Are you sure this is what you want to do? Is this sure? Like, just always asking me, am I sure? Is this what you want to do? You're doing this wrong. And what ends up happening is I've become very indecisive, and I become not confident in my abilities. So then I'm like, well, am I making the right choice? Am I being an idiot? And then like, I mean, this isn't to toot my own horn, but like, you know, you look at just like my subs and stuff. I have like 8K subs. Not very many many content creators can get to this point. And I'm not even saying that and like, look at me, how cool I am. But even when I see that, and I know the statistics to get kind of in this realm of being a content creator at that, like kind of that small spot, it's still like, I'm not doing right. I'm not doing the right thing. People aren't liking this. This isn't the right thing to do. So, but in their mind, they're probably trying to be helpful or whatever, but it just made me very indecisive, and it makes me not confident. I'm not a very confident person, and I hate that. So, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, but see, that is a generalization that is very hard to replicate, because that doesn't always happen. Because if somebody accidentally has their kid go through sadness or other problems early on, that can actually create depression, and in some cases like indecisiveness, not having very good confidence. And even though that person becomes more mature, did they become mature too early? Did they lose their child? Like, because there's a lot of times where I had to become very mature very early on. You know, I started working when I was like 14 years old, and I lost a lot of my childhood from that, and I regret that all the time, because it just sucks. It sucks. And so I'm more playful, and I'm more banter heavy in the relationships that I have, but almost as if like I was a child, you know what I mean? Because like I didn't get that childhood. So there's still a level of my childhood that lives in, you know. Yeah, so it's very hard. I think parenting is one of the roughest things, because even if you think you're doing, I think, and this is how I want to do it, I don't know if it'll work this way, but My idea is you have to always check in with the child on how the progression's going. Like kids may not understand the complex ideas or at least how to name them, but they get it. It's a human thing to understand psychology and understand mannerisms and like that is embedded inside humans, whether they understand that it's psychology and whether they understand that that's what's going on, they get it. Like they feel the emotion, they interpret it, even if they don't completely understand what anger is or what frustration is. Like my daughter, she gets frustrated. She doesn't know what frustration is, but if she gets hungry, she gets mad. She gets frustrated. She wants this problem to be solved. She can't comprehend, you know, oh, I'm hungry, I can just wait a couple minutes and it'll all be good. It's just like, bam, I'm hungry, I'm pissed, I want this, I'm frustrated. And as she grows older, she'll be able to understand the frustration and kind of reel it back. It's the same thing with having a check-in with your kid. Like, you know, you're being a parent, but you want to make sure that you're parenting your kid specifically individually. So if you have like 3 kids, well, 3 kids need 3 different things. You know, one kid might have a low temperament, might be cool, might be kind of like go with the flow type of person. That's just how they are. The other kid needs a little bit more attention because maybe they're high strung, maybe they get a little bit aggressive, like they just have this thing where it's like they're all on the go all the time. They're just like bam, 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 bam. So you have to be catering to the kids, and you have to realize, like, if I'm spending more time with this kid, you know, kid A, even though that kid A has a you know, a better temperament and it is more functional and more grounded and stuff like that, I still need to pay attention to that kid. Just because that kid can do things by themselves and kind of gets an idea, that kid is more likely to never express that they're having issues until they're much older, because they're watching kid B get all this attention because maybe maybe the kid has ADHD and just kind of has behaviors and just isn't doing the right thing kind of in school. So like you have to pay a little bit more attention, and you're like, okay, well, kid A is fine because kid A gets it. They're mature. They're figuring it out. But that kid's feeling neglected and never going to voice that because, you know, they get it. Like they get that you're trying to be a parent. They get that, you know, but at the same time, they don't understand. So it's like, it's always one of those things where you have to kind of come in and be like, at least that's what I'm going to try to do. I don't know if I'll do it perfectly, but, you know, just checking in, be like, hey, you know, let's hang out. Let's just do stuff, you know, whatever. Shit experience to become Adolf Hitler. It's just, you have to understand that kids develop differently, and you have to understand that kids eventually go through more than you realize, and they understand things more than you realize. That's just my thought. Anyway, chat, I'm going to continue. No matter the motive, we have to remember that we are doing, what we are doing is doing harm. You're right. All the stuff that you said just go way beyond a doctor's responsibilities. That's why I'm not looking forward to getting your approval on anything I do. Convincing you of anything is Amiya's job, not mine. That's because I've done a lot of things that should be left unknown, should never again be attempted by anyone, and should never be forgiven. Yet in the foreseeable future, there are a lot of decisions lying ahead of you. Yes, you, not me. A lot of people still have high hopes for you. Me, not so much. My excuses will always be just my excuses. Your actions will always be your actions. I hope to see you offer the world a chance to change, just like many kind-hearted people before you did. Is really okay to just let the what? Is it okay to just let the Ursus get their hands on this machine again? If they're truly able to reactivate it, I am now willing to believe that it will only be reactivated by somebody who is kind in nature. I am willing to believe that the future is in the hands of those who truly seek to change this world. What if everyone starts heading towards the worst case scenario you envisioned in the beginning? Well, ironically, with how bad of a place this world is, we definitely aren't on the good side. If that's how things actually turn out, then it doesn't matter how much work we put in and how many catastrophes we stop. The future, that kind of future is inevitable. Inevitable. It isn't realistic to expect that mortality and evil can be defeated easily. If what you want is to instead destroy civilization in an instant to live a life tormented by pain, that's definitely doable, and you should talk about it. At any rate, right now, there's still something we can do. But disinfection is almost incomplete. After that, once we have our tracks, you're taken care of. First, this won't have anything on us. Average lore reader. Let's go back to let's go back up at Mia right now. Though I suppose if things aren't looking too bad over there, the whole Chenobog incident will be over by the time we make it to the command center. We're basically heading there to regroup with our employees. 4 a.m. You don't need to sleep. As for what happened here, everything that happened here, I will try my best to end this journey of suffering, just like what you wanted me to do earlier. That's right, Doctor. There are certain things only you can decide. With the dust of the battle settled, you wander around the sarcophagus. A strange sense of familiarity and sadness wells up in your heart. You look at the operators, and it strikes you with a sense of unfamiliarity. After all, you don't know most of them. The operators wrap up their work in the area and begin to leave. Calcit notices that you haven't followed and approaches you. Is there something still on your mind? You talked a lot about the sarcophagus, but nothing about me, right? I'd rather you be the one to broach the subject. Why did I wake up here? What's the second thing that you had to do here? Actually, this is the reason why I escorted you here. There are a few things that Amiya doesn't want me to tell you, but this may be our last chance. Before we leave the sarcophagus buried, I need to pluck those fragments of truth out of your brain. Dr. Zach, 3 years ago, with a heavily injured you in tow, I came back to this long forgotten place and placed you inside this device. This device can heal your pain and only your pain. What? That's all you can tell me. That was as detailed as I could possibly explain it. The white infected creature we encountered earlier looked bizarre, didn't it? That wasn't how he used to look. From this, I conclude that before he became an infected creature, the infected entered the sarcophagus, and that was how the sarcophagus was activated. Perhaps he saw the footage of Amiya taking you out of the sarcophagus. That prompted him to mess with the sarcophagus, and one way or another, he got inside. It shouldn't have happened. The sarcophagus was originally designed to heal its operator, but the infected got inside, and that's how disaster struck. You saw the end result yourself. The infected creature wasn't a product of nature. The sarcophagus wasn't designed to handle it. Its transformation was entirely a man-made process. The sarcophagus transformed it. Yet you received treatment in the sarcophagus. The device reacted to you in completely different ways. So you're trying to say the infected and I are different. Of course, Dr. Zach, the two of you couldn't be any more different. Is there anyone out there like us? Is anyone out there like you? Perhaps this machine can only cure people like you and not the infected. Perhaps this machine forces its patients to take on their oldest aspects. Perhaps I'm the only one who's allowed to operate it even. In any case, you survived. As for him, the infected it used to be, he became the source of the herd. That's right. The world is a big place and no one is exactly like anyone else. You and I, Amiya, him, and everyone else, all of us are different, and from my point of view, all of you are nothing like me. Whoa. We can understand. Who can understand me and who can understand you? How many lives around us have been lost, and how many tragedies? Why do I say that weird? That we are powerless to stop have occurred. Were my students not studying this because they were trying to create a better place? Why must greed bring about so many meaningless deaths? Isn't this just a stupid, stubborn tragedy? Why do I say tragedy? Tragedy? Why did I say it like that? Tragedy. What the hell?
Tragedy.
Oh. It's alright. Is the whole whole reason this was created, and I feel like I added J in there. I don't know. What was the reason all of us were placed in this world? Is fate manipulating all of us? Are we all merely actors in the absurd comedy? All for our creator's enjoyment. Tragedy. All in our creator's enjoyment, yes. In my enjoyment. But I belong here. I see. Is it too late for me to convince you to turn back? I don't know, though. Should I really do that? You might just be acting, but I should be happy about what you said. Nonetheless, I need to remind you, Doctor. This decision isn't going to be that easy. Dr. Zack, in this vast world, there has to be a place where you belong. We are bound to this world by all sorts of things, Dr. Zack. Our day-to-day lives are full of agony, and our very lives may not even have any meaning. Yet, once we start walking forward, the traces of our journey will always be there beneath our feet whenever we look back. A bright, smooth road is easy to walk. A dark, bumpy road is difficult to tread. Even so, be it the scientists or the elite operators at Rose Island, the honorable men of Lugman, or the infected men of Chinobog who dream of a new life, all of them are doing their best to limp forward step by step. They are being chased by their pain, tormented by their nightmares, held back by hatred, and, in the end, death will catch up with them. But they've already escaped from much of their burdens. They got away from all the suppression and weakness the world has placed on their shoulders. Most of us are fragile and weak. But what I'm trying to say is that all these things that prey on our minds are precisely the things that prove our existence, and that helps us all fall asleep at night. Our misery is far from over. Our world's mysteries has no limit. Oh, misery. Damn it. Misery has no limit. Even so, we can yet make our own decisions, just like those who live in the harsh cold, but choose to keep the fires of hope alive. Ha! Okay, you may be right. I don't know what I would ever reply with, ha! Doctor, I'm telling you all this mostly out of responsibility because I have a promise I made, and also because I have high hopes for the future. I have high hopes for you. And Dr. Zack, I know I tend to act rather hostile against you, but I hope you won't let it get to you. I will try my best to hold back. I'm not allowed to complain when everything you said is filled with spite. You could be a lot more polite. My attitude stems from what I remember about you. Your memories may have been erased, but there's nothing wrong with mine. This here is a life functions restoration device for home use. It shouldn't have a function like that. Perhaps the machine malfunctioned, or maybe your acting is really that impeccable. Regardless, you are innocent on the surface only because you've lost your memories. Doctor, don't feel uncomfortable because of what I'm about to tell you. Just this once, I'll let my emotions flow free. I simply wanted to remind you this, even though Amiya doesn't want me to. If I could, I would settle my score with you. I would take my revenge. What? When you regain your memories, you will have the opportunity to scrutinize the choices you made. Yet even if you repent your sins or your memories are actually lost forever, you cannot change the way I see you. I won't allow the seeds of hatred deep inside me to grow, but I have the right to keep them there. I have the right to forever remain furious. Still. I almost said fast and furious. Still, I don't even know who I should be directing my anger anymore. Who I should be directing my anger anymore? Okay. Me? I don't think if you was the same person you were. If I did, I wouldn't be talking to you. I would rather you. I still have no idea why Teresa had so much faith in you. Who's Teresa? Teresa? Is it Teresa or Teresa? Oh, Teresa was my friend. She was my partner. Teresa died 3 years ago. I lost her forever. Do you want to know the truth, Doctor? Yeah. Regardless of what you think, I brought you here to tell you the truth. Neither of us can escape from our past. Dr. Zack. Dr. Zack. Why does it say Dr. Zack? There used to be someone else who had your body and there was blood on their hands. Teresa's blood. You killed Teresa. And she was your friend as well. What? What irks me the most is that you lost all your memories when you were put in the sarcophagus. Yeah, that doesn't change the truth. The truth has nothing to do with you one bit. It's unfortunate for both of us. Even though I can't hurt you in any way, I want you to remember this. Teresa trusted you and Amiya still does, but I don't. So what happened? I won't tell you. The question isn't for me to answer. Otherwise, I'm afraid I might just end up placing a curse on you. So who am I right now? You're Dr. Zack, the one everyone calls doctor, just a soul in the vast world. And I believe all this. If I give you an answer, will you accept it right away? You will reject my contempt for you from the bottom of your heart, so I will spare you my colorful answers and truth. I won't ask you to trust me. I won't tell you any more about the truth. My bitterness will twist my narrative. The words filled with rage disrupt your thought process. Therefore, aside from the keys you need to unlock the whole picture, aside from the most basic truth, I won't tell you anything. You can see it for yourself, judge it for yourself, and search it for yourself. As long as someone believes in you, you will find your true self once more. So what are you trying to do? I'm trying to protect you. Just like what I promised to do. I promised to protect both you and Amiya. Until the moment you breathe your last breath, Doctor, that's my responsibility. But I will never stop hating you. I am in no position to educate or criticize Rosmontes. After all, I might not be able to hold myself back from taking revenge. You. There was a similar scenery and a similar conversation. There were different emotions during different eras, all of which are working together to bridge that large gap in your memories. Who am I? Who's this doctor? What? Did you just remember? This isn't the first time this has happened. Something has crept into your turbulent mind. The sirens are blaring so thunderously loud that you can't help but think it might cause your eardrums to burst. You find you and your peers running as fast as you can through the corridor. You burrowed inside the stone cold machine, and you are hit by a sudden drowsiness that immediately interrupts your consciousness. This is none too familiar to you, yet no matter how much you try to pull away from the veil that has your memories covered, your efforts to recall the past are futile. Until the moment you hear that voice, Dr. Zack. I never thought I would be the one who didn't want to let go. But I have to do this. This is the only way you'll get to live. Wait, didn't we have the same scene with Amiya though? Oh, Zack, with this, we won't ever get to meet again. I can't accept this. I won't give up. Dr. Zack, the connection between us will transcend even time and space, I'm sure of it. Even if the ocean completely boils away, the atmosphere vanishes, even if all the moons in the sky are pulled into a vortex of our planet's gravity, and even if the sun continues to mercilessly expand, eventually swallowing up its children until all of its children until none of us can be heard. I'm sure we will meet again at the far end of civilization, once adorned by darkness and the brilliance of the stars up above. We will meet again. I like the way she talks. I will wait until the day comes. I promise you I will. Wait for me. You must wait for me too. Dr. Zack, don't ever forget about me. Doctor. The fragments begin to gradually reassemble before a name finally emerges in your mind. Priestess. ... Dr. Zack. I'll say, who's Priestess? You guys say that I should know her. I don't think I know her. Priestess? I just remember there's a very similar scene where Amiya was in the same position very early on in the game. Am I misinterpreting that? Am I misremembering that? I swear to God, there was like the exact scene where Amiya was in this position instead though. The only reason that I feel like that would be kind of familiar is because it's a very similar process. So maybe Priestess put us in there and Amiya woke us up. And so the sequence is very familiar just because that's what happened. Yeah, okay, so it has to be from a very similar sequence of events. Why not? Oh yeah, I guess Calcid put us in there. That means Priestess woke us up of it at one point? When did that happen? Did Calcid put us in there the first time? Priestess woke us up, then she put us back in there? I don't know. The sarcophagus had to have been made for us, or maybe Doctor's like a whole different species, bro. I don't know. Maybe Priestess is part of that species. Like a different subclass of humans or some shit, and that's why the sarcophagus works on us but not Mephisto. Like, maybe that's like kind of what happens. Wait, that's some theories. Hold on. Maybe we're a pure human because everybody else is like combined with some sort of animal, but it always seems like the Doctor, from what we've been able to see, doesn't have any of those features. And Priestess definitely didn't look like she had any features either like that. So maybe it only works on humans. Maybe that's how it all ties to the Iger. Okay, anyway. The enemy's putting up way too much of a fight. Hey, you, for Christ's sakes, keep your head down. How the hell did they even manage to squeeze all these people in here? We're almost there to the last floor. The burning smell, I can smell it from here. Everyone, I'll be fine by myself from here on out. I don't know why coffee makes it like, I always have air in my throat or some shit when I drink coffee. I guess you don't think we'll be, guess you don't think we're being much of help, eh? You all been very helpful, but it's too risky to have you help me with this. You can spare us the sympathy. We're all grown-ups here. No, I'm not sympathizing. Operators, there's something that I have to make clear. Without your help, I wouldn't have made it this far. You go get him, Amiya. I sure as hell would still like to sneak a few drinks in as as one of the more laid-back cities of these days. Hell, maybe I'll share one with you. Definitely. Mia's young, but that's okay. Oh, Chen. Oh, this is Madam Chen's scabbard? Scabbard? Is a scabbard like a sheath? Right? Is that what you put your sword into? A scabbard? It's full of scratches. I've seen the word scabbard used before. Is that like a sheath or like a thing that house your... Okay. Did Tallulah let Madam Chen through on purpose? Oh no. Actually, maybe not. With how far she's come, Madam Chen isn't that easy to kill. She's probably figured out what it is she's probably figured out what it is she's looking for already. I'm sure other people would be at a complete loss when faced with this string of events, but Madam Chen's anger is about so much more than just this. The object of her resentment, all of us resented as well. Amiya starts climbing the stairs. She thinks back to the time where she last saw Chen. It was in the officer's office, and Lugman and Amiya can still vividly remember the view of Chen that met her eyes. The moment her hand touches the scabbard, the scenery seemingly opens up before Amiya's eyes again, and it's getting clearer and clearer. Well, nothing ever good comes out of going on a mission with you. 9, you're okay. I'm managing. I don't expect to see you almost knocking on death's door, though. That bomb blew up right in front of me, you know. You were like yards away. It took a bite out of my abdomen. Sorry, but this really hurts, so bear with me. You've always been so much better at putting up with pain than I. 9, turn around and let me take a look. I didn't know you had it in you to make demands of your superior officer. No way, I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you, Chen. What the hell am I watching now? Why? My crystals blocked most of it, but some shrapnel got through. I'm guessing some of the shrapnel hit you too, or hit you, am I right? Let's take care of it now. You might still make it out of this. 9, you don't tell me. What about you? I can figure out what's going on with my body much better and much faster than anyone else, especially with my arts. I'm not getting these shrapnel out. I'm an LGD member. That let me go through with some pride. Let me go out with some pride. Just remember how I look from behind and give everyone at the department my regards. And Wei too, send him my regards. Where will you go? I'm definitely going to be infected with these wounds. Whenever the infected usually go, that's where I'm going. Okay, so she's not dying, she's becoming infected. Even if you're infected, that doesn't mean you have to leave. You've done so much for Lugman and the LGD. All of us know it in our hearts. They all know it in their hearts how terrifying the infected are. Even this Orgianian bomb, let me guess, forget it. I have no idea who made it. It's about time you stop dreaming, Chen. Let me get one thing in. The boundary between the infected and normal folks isn't for you to decide, not me either. That is for them to decide. I warned you about meddling with the affairs of the slums infected, and well, look where that got us. But we were ready to make headway in the slums. There's also that housing plan for the infected ready to be launched. Wouldn't you say we're in better shape than before? We are more than ready to treat all the infected fairly and equally. We will give everyone in Lugman a fair treatment regardless of whether they are infected or not, because they are all of people of Lugman. Sure, we may be ready, but is Lugman ready? Are the masses ready? Will the general chamber of Combrans vote for it? What do you think will happen if I tell the LGD that I'm infected? You can report your status after we accomplish all that. You're asking me to use my authority to conceal my status. How's that not corruption? I would rather be exiled than do that. Wei single-handedly built LGD, and we've kept it running and maintained its integrity for so long. The department represents law and order, and I won't allow its name to be tainted. Besides, Chen, do you really think that those who live a life can live a better life can? What the fuck did it say? Do you really think that those who live a better life can better keep their orpathy in check? And those who live in the slums and mines face certain death. No, once you become infected, there's only one way this world is going to deal with you. All infected die, and as long as they die the same way and we burn their bodies the same, this isn't anything that sets one apart from another. I won't ask for anyone's forgiveness. My infected head count is well over 100. It's not karma that turned me into an infected myself. It's just how the world works. And the list of ways it handles people like us goes on and on. It's almost like it gets a bonus each time it comes up with a new way to mess with us. Why, Nine? I thought you were confident about Lugman's future. Confident? So you guys take how rude I am for confidence. I love this city. When I had nowhere else to go, it took me in. But deep down in my heart, I knew there wasn't anywhere in the world that truly accepts the infected. I mean, love it here. I may love it here, but that doesn't mean I'm confident about it at all. I just know it a bit too well. I know what's worthwhile and what's a waste of time here. I don't just chill in my office and act all high and mighty. I pound the beat with you guys. I do that not because I try to look friendly to the citizens or want to show off. The only reason I'm here is because Lugman needs me. Wei is willing to take the infected in for one reason and one reason only. He thinks the problems that the infected bring with them are nothing compared to the problems that Lugman has faced or will face. But whose heads do you think will roll first when those problems are all taken care of? Even if Wei doesn't, what about the city? What about the merchants and the masses, the workmen and the cops? Lugman can take in the infected. Lugman isn't just theirs, it's ours as well. So what doesn't matter if they're infected? Does that somehow mean that they can't do their part for the city? Does that mean the city can't protect them? They can't. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but if somebody's infected, they don't infect somebody else by being around them. No, we're all the same. We're all infected. If we're all infected, we're all seen as equals. Remember, you said it yourself. Well, let me fix that for you. Then Wei treats you like a jewel, and your life here in Lugman in a whole nother level compared to the regular folk. That's why I don't understand, like, the shun against infected, because, like, if they're contagious, sure, but, like, I don't know, what's the point? Unless they think that it does. Like, there's a misconception and everybody thinks that you're going to get infected by being around infected. I don't deny your efforts and sacrifice, Chen. You are one of the finest members I've ever seen in the department, but I have to warn you, you are not like them. The rumor and everyone's cautious. Okay. The same level of fear was had for things like AIDS. Oh, okay. Well, just don't hump snakes. No, I'm not working at Lugman for the prestige. I am part of the LGD. I am part of Lugman. We poured our blood, sweat, and tears into this city, and its people are harsh, but it will come to accept everyone in the end. It will. It's been improving. 9, even if we're infected, we are still part of Lugman. Lugman is a city for all people. That's how it should be. If it isn't right now, then we'll make it so. Have we not seen enough? There are lots of good, honest infected here. Do you not agree? Then prove it to me. You want to prove to me that we belong here? Then do it. I will. I will definitely will. Although infected have shorter lifespans, right? Be quick about it. I may not have much time left in me. I will. If you run into situations like this, just let Wei know. He'll take care of it. Keep in touch. Feel free to call if anything comes up. Oh yeah, tell Hoshiguma I said to keep an eye on you, lest you do something stupid. Feel free to forget what I just said, and I'm sure you will, but make sure to tell her that before you do. Because I'll happily hump. Stupid. What's stupid? Teach by example. What has this turned me into? Sympathize with others. What has that ever helped me understand? Never give up. What have I lost because of that? Now that we are finally get to meet again, what can I actually do anyway? What can I do? Wasn't that all decided years ago? Adam Chen, wait for me. You've been very brave being able to do all this, but it's still too soon to jump to conclusions. Let me take a look. Let me take a look too, Madam Chen. I want to know what she's done. All of us need the truth. He wants to know what kind of person Tallulah has become. What I want to know is who exactly the person Reunion has been following. Oh, the music. It's as though the city is as though she can hardly hear Chen's roar and Tallulah's laughter. She has finally come to understand the way Chen thinks. You know, it's a trap, so why are you here? I'm here because I have to figure out whether this is really a trap. That's the only way I can prove that you are beyond redemption. And if I tell you it is, in that case, it's... In that case, it's not going to weigh us down the tiniest bit when we finally set you free from all this. Whether I'm the one who does it, does the honors, or someone else. If you got any regrets, save them for your own funeral. The powder of one of the 10 rings begins to emit a bright, vivid red glow. In that case, when do I need to do this? Imagine though that in the anime, when this is like animated, this is the song that pops up. When you think it's the right time, we need new weapons to take on new enemies. We need firm principles to take on a great evil. This is also the person that did Demon Slayer music, right? In the past, Emiya would have found herself in a fluster trying to remove herself from the ring's restraint, but not now. Cloud splitting, they face each other. God Eater music, not Demon Slayer. Oh, I thought it was the same composer. As sort. Oh wait, maybe that's when was that in the Invitation of Wine or the Who Is Real event that does that? As swords of strenuous rend, one stood steadfast. The idea of running away probably hasn't ever crossed Chen's mind, has it? Both Chen herself and Emiya would probably answer no when asked this question. Chen has tried to run away many times. I don't know. Away many times, but she stopped herself. Chen's memories and emotions, and each and every time she changed, all of it came from her determination. The will, the Qi Zhao is to have a firm conviction. Chin has been have seen up and downs through her journey, and there were moments that she struggled with her own belief. Chin did not allow herself to stay depressed. This can also be seen in her technique with the Chin Zhao. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Chi Zhao? Chin has made up her mind. Emiya quietly tries to take this all to heart. Just as the memories she saw at Chen are slowly flowing in her heart, the warmth left on the scabbard is slowly fading away. Emiya is being far calmer than she has ever been. She has made her decision. She will take off the ring. She wants to see the truth. The rings constrain her power, right? Leave me alone on the pronunciation. I just felt like it would be rude not to try to say it. A sea of flames begins to burn fiercely before her eyes. This time, oh wait, I know what's about to happen. This time, she isn't going to close her eyes. She will bear witness to everything that has happened to these sisters. And now, Chen is standing before Tallulah. Damn, what a ramp up, dude. Chen butt. Chen butt. Can I just say the chi? The chi holds steadily in the air. The Draco's flames are extinguished the moment they gaze the blade, as though it swallowed the blazing waves whole. The two sisters, blood related, are ready to settle their scores.
There will come a day when we
Oh Jesus, Friday Night, chill.
ship in darkness, awaiting
Jesus.
first light's rays, awaiting an even better tomorrow.
Oh shit, they merged. Shisho? Wait, is it actually called Shisho? Wait, this is the hardest one? Oh. Who the hell dies? Who? Here we are. You don't need to bother yourself with this, Tallulah. The tractor's been missing for months. They were probably stopped by the patrol unit. That's not much, or there's not much we can do about it. Even if we could do, even if all we can do is find their bodies, we'll at least be giving their family some closure. If the intel recon gave us is correct, there should be an area where they've gone missing. Tallulah, snap out of it. Everything they said is just a load of horse shit. I'm fine. They're just a bunch of heartless bastards. Don't let it get to you. None of them have the willpower to keep going, to leave the tundra. They fought so many battles with you and they thought you were a coward. You're the most fearless soldier among us. Tallulah, trust me, all of us follow you by will. Captain Bolderockes used to be an Ursus soldier, but we all know he's the most steadfast man we have. All of us trust him. Not necessarily. He's strong, way too strong, stubborn too. The people who didn't trust him were just afraid to speak up. It only takes a brief moment for the trust to completely crumble. If all the people who followed Patriot died one day, would the ones who come after them be steadfast as them? Rumors can destroy us, but though there are rumors, those who are innocent, and those who are skeptical, of course, are also innocent. But no one is innocent once rumors begin to spread. Well, what does your upbringing have to do with anything? You've done so much for all of us. It's fine. Calm down. Besides, I haven't really done all that much for them. Come on, don't say that. Are you sure you want to go by yourself? Faust has been tagging along with those crossbow guys lately, and he's really getting the hang of it. If the guerrillas aren't around, you could bring them with. Protecting the infected traveling with us is our top priority. We aren't fighting this war just to fight a war. Our goal is to help our fellow men survive. Don't put the cart before the horse. Protecting them is our top priority. Know this by heart and make sure everyone else does as well. Well, Godspeed. Don't worry, it's just negotiating with the locals. Everything will be fine. at a nearby village. Dot, dot, dot. Before, I probably would have just run inside and started asking questions right away. I wonder, when did I become like this? Hiding and sneaking around. It was just being suspicious and cautious at first, but then it's practically antagonizing everyone now. Agonizing? I don't know. I'm not even sure if it is I'm not even sure if it is unexpected things that I'm worried about or a repeat of those tragedies. What a rundown place. Looks like they didn't have much of a harvest this year. Everyone looks so tired. Weird. It should have been a while since the last time the village resettled, but there's a lot of tractor marks around the village entrance. There are scraps at the assembly workshop, but I don't think they're from the village's old tractors. The authentication box is gone. If the vehicle belonged to the village, there's no reason to take it out. It's getting dark. I should take a look at the junkyard. This is weird. There's your household garbage, but then there isn't much else. No equipment for processing spent organium here. If it's not in the junkyard, then where? It's winter, so there should be wheat straws and farming grass husk everywhere. Did they run into food problems? No, that's not right. They burned them. I need to check out their granary. A granary? Been a long time since I've seen that word. Oh, what's this? What happened here? What the hell is this? That's organium residue all over the place, and the ground is dug up all over the place. Are they really going to use all over the place and twice in the same sentence? Jesus. Claw marks and on the granary's store. Is right, because I just realized what happened. Who's there? Tallulah turns around. Burn your own people, bro? Hopefully I didn't eat him. She finds an Ursus farmer standing there with his guard up. The farmer notices how Tallulah is dressed and sets the shovel down. Jeez. What's the matter with you coming inside the village without saying a word? Haven't ever seen you before. Are you from the Gendarmerie? You aren't from here for the rent, are you? We paid our organium tax. Hell, the taxman took our food too while he was at it. There isn't much more we can pony up. I'm here since I'm investigating the infected. Oh, infected. We don't have any here. Yeah, I bet. Has any infected passed by? No. We received a message. I know there's been infected here. If you know what's good for you, spill it. I can't fool you, eh? Those scumbags, they said no one knew they were passing through here. So they were here. Damn right they did. They had those scary weapons on them. Scared the life out of us. We didn't have the guts to go against them and we didn't try to. After that, they even took all of our food. Those bastards. Please, you have to get those infected. Those criminals for us. That's not right. That's not right. No. How dare you say that? How dare you say that? How dare you? Okay. How dare you? Huh? What's the matter with you, madam? Madam. You heard their cries. You heard them crying out for help. You heard them clawing at the door with their fingers. What are you, madam? You're right. You right in the head? Hey, over here. And have you seen her before? Where's she from? Right, I haven't seen her. I haven't heard an accent like her before. Yeah, that's right. She doesn't have a mask on. If she were here to investigate the infected, she'd be all decked out in that protective equipment. Who are you? Answer me. Infected. Huh? Just like the people you murdered, I'm an infected. We've done nothing wrong. You locked them in here and you let them die here. What are we supposed to do? We don't even have any food left for ourselves. You could have chased them away or just never allowed them in. You could have just attacked them or outright killed them. And I wouldn't be here complaining to you right now. But you tricked them. You lured them into your empty storehouse, locked the doors, and starved them. They were so hungry they couldn't even use their arts. They were here only to panhandle. They weren't going to attack you. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. They were just normal people. Normal. Those infected, don't make us laugh. Who are you to reason with me? Oh, with me. You infected scumbag? You're just a freak. You kept the storehouse locked until the organium crystals stabilized. And then you disposed of their bodies with the dried up organium. They had families, they had friends, they had places they wanted to be. There's not even anything left of them. Infected or often die and leave no traces of their existence behind. That happens way too often, but now there isn't even a way for us to find out where these ashes have gone. What are you supposed to do? It's not like we got much to feed ourselves. Life's not easy for us either. Then why did you lie to him? What are you talking about? How could we have known that this was going to happen to him? What were we supposed to do? What do you mean, how are you supposed to know that was going to happen to him? If you lock him in a fucking storehouse with no food, what do you think happens? Like, what do you think happens at that point? That's just an excuse. You saw them starving. You knew they had no weapons to defend themselves. You did this because it was convenient. From the beginning, you never know. Actually, even if they weren't infected, you would have done the same thing. Time to get rid of her. Get the sentries. You will come to see these great lands you through yourself do not want you. No, no. Tallulah the wrong lady. And what do you want? Look at it. Look, it's all in the past. We even apologized. We murdered people, but we apologized. It's all right. You can pretend you've never been here, just like those other folks were never here. All you have to do is walk away. Who do you even think they were? Huh? Whoever you are, that's what they were. You thought them weak, and in that case, that makes me a weakling who knows how not, or who doesn't know how to fight back. Just get out of here already. We don't want no trouble here. They were here, begging at your feet, and what did you do? Cache, what are you doing? You'll see your thoughts, your actions become non-existent. No. You're despicable. Ah, so this is a turning point for Tallulah then, huh? There'll be no peace in this world while people like you still walk in it. The infected patrols haven't been to your village in 3 years. The noble family that controlled the settlements here died long during the Great Rebellion. Everything teetered on the edge of chaos, and your village has been left untended for years. And yet you killed all those people even though you had nothing to gain from their deaths. If you had even a tiny bit of kindness in you, you would have let go. The whole village heard their cries, but none of you did anything until they died, one after another. If you still had any decency in you, you wouldn't have done anything this wretched. Jesus Christ. If you had any decency in you, you wouldn't. Okay. I hate you. Okay, yeah, this is definitely the turning point for Tallulah. So I can kind of see why she's evil now, I guess. You will see them squirm, spawn. All you were revered, your life, your dignity, your philosophy void of all significance. So where all Cache's words come to fruition. No. Oh, Tallulah's gonna slaughter them. Start slaughtering. Oh my god, it's actually depicting them running away. We all know that civilians don't do this in the regular game, though. Oh, it didn't cost me any life points. Nice. The civilians actually run away in this in this state. Look at that guy. He ran right into her. What a dumbass. Stop running into her. Are you guys stupid? They had like this whole section up here to run to. And just run into her. Well, Tallulah's evil. Can't wait for this scene in the anime. Honestly, though, who feels bad for the civilians? Not me. Is Tallulah actually bad for killing murderers? Ah! Fire! Fire! It burns! Help! Help me! Help me! Dad. Oh, well, this is kind of sad. What's going on? Quick, get out of here. Okay, well, don't kill the kids. The kids don't know any better. My son, you infected lowlife. Ah, the fire is too strong. You wretch. If I die here, curse you, my emperor, I beseech you. Lay down your divine punishment on these wretched, infected. Aha. Oh, she broke. And she's insane. Damn. There's no turning back anymore. Besides, Tallulah, no one else knows of the events that transpired here. And everything that occurred after this is as good as public knowledge. But you should recognize me. Should you? She crossed the line and she can't go back. That's basically what it was. She always had like this moral like line that she had and all the stuff that she was doing for the good of the infected. But then this had to have been like a turning point that just got her to the point where it's like, it's never going to change unless we start getting rid of these type of people. But you should recognize me. Should you have understood me? Should you realize that this sort of world you stood in, Ursus's future will from then be then on be in your hands. Yeah, she crossed the line that Cachet was basically saying that she would, or Cachet, whatever the hell, however you say his name. Cachet basically said that this was going to end up happening, and then Tallulah pretty much did it. Yo, Kami, thanks for the 5 smuckaduggies. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. The Cachet thing was like Cachet. I always say Cachet, but I think it's Cachet. The Cachet or Cachet, but anyway, yeah, that's what I was about to say. Is like I felt like when they made the deal or whatever, she was like, "Oh, I'm not gonna turn into that. I won't be hateful and spiteful." And then, I mean, she crossed the line, so she just can't really go back. Amia opens her eyes. Well, thank you for the 5 buckies, commies. Through her tear. Oh, whoa. Okay, so I just realized. So, wait, Amia was seeing all of that, so now she knows. Through her tears as well up in her eyes, she's already seen it all. What's how do I say this name? What's a caucus doing here? Amia, watch out! Yo, how do you have your scabbard? Caucus. That's what I call it. Cocky. But how did Mephisto know? Or Faust? Caucus Rockabus. If you guys haven't smacked the like button, consider doing so. We're relatively close to 70 likes. Also sub to the channel if you like the old Arknights content as we get the train moving towards 10k. 10k is Patriot cosplay. Oh. Section 8 likes comes first, yeah. Reaches the stage. Memory and reality have both been completely released. She knows her time has come. Part of the story cannot be skipped the first time you experience it. Ooh. Heated path periodically deals damage. Oh, well, I won't. Oh, well. 70. Chin butt. Ha! They had to sneak it in there. They paid a lot of money for the chin butt. Don't even think of touching her. Do you intend to protect her? Ooh, Chico. This traitor to the infected, this executioner of our kin. I'm disappointed. I'm just gonna call her Chen. Anyway, how shameful that you would even turn your sword on me. Amia, what are you doing here? Watch out, Amia. Tallulah has inherited all of that is cachet. She's no longer that innocent girl who was kidnapped from Lugman. Madam Chin, that's not right. She's not just the successor. I will tear off its disguise. What disguise? You're that. I always wanna. Is it? How do you say this? Is it Catus? Is it Caucus? Catus? It can't be Catus. Catuus? Rhodes Island. Where's Bodoroctes? Did you test your middle? against his halberd? What the hell are you saying? Or did you just see his mangled corpse? It's me, Dio. Excuse Bunny. Okay. You, how could you talk about him like that? Oh, I'm asking with the utmost respect. I'm merely asking for the truth. Hope my stream won't last for 6 hours. Yo, thanks for hanging out, Sestro. He never took off his helmet. Did he die? His helmet hides the exposed grayish white skull of the Wendigo. If the people were to see his true appearance, they would surely be frightened out of their wits. Yet their hate and zeal would drive them onwards, and the force of the crowd would have broken through the guerrillas' defense line. Polteroctes would have not allowed the shield guards to attack a single civilian. They are not spies, after all. Polteroctes would have been torn to pieces by the raging mob. He would have He would have allowed himself to fall to their rage and ignorance, just as he knew that this day would arrive, as he decided to give up and surrender to his humanity. Since you appeared here, that can only mean one thing. Polteroctes is dead. Tell me, how did he choose to die? He was a noble warrior. I'd like to know how he met his end. I killed him. It was me. You. What sort of firepower do you have at your disposal? That was Polteroctes. Even so, you've appeared here all by yourself, just like my pitiful sister. All right, the last person in this city would have who could kill me is now dead. Now I have nothing left to worry about. So I can congratulate you, slaughterer of my kin. Or should I? Mia, don't fall for her tricks. She's already played many tricks on me. Don't believe a single word she says, even if she's telling the truth. I know, Madam Chin. She wants to kill you. The Cholula standing before us still holds some untainted strands of the memory deep inside, deep within her heart. You are the only remaining link to her past. You, huh? What are you talking about? What are you looking at? What do you wish to see? You can't stop me. Are you telling the truth? Why else would she challenge you to a fight? Tallulah will only truly die when she kills you with her own two hands. You've stopped making any sense. Madam, psychology, Chan. Jesus. Madam Chan, the Tallulah in front of you has not completely died yet. This tyrant is still not in full control of her mind. Tell me more, Bunny. Tell me about the outdated, Chikrani? I don't know how to say it, of yours, absurd as it may be. You should have died when Tallulah stabbed you. You should be gone. Mind reading rabbit. I've never considered this. Even if you could read minds, you should not know these things. Where did you hear of them? Am I reading your mind? You've always bragged about being able to protect yourself completely using your... how do you fucking say this right? I always forget. Okay, I gotta look it up. Like it's... Psychic? Oh, it's a psychic, isn't it?
Psychic.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Anyway. I'm an idiot. Second, Orgenium Arts, Duke of Cachet. It was your pride as your political opponents remain helpless against it. Can't say psychic? I probably could, but I forgot. It's been a long time since I've seen the word. All I see are memories. I have no idea what you are talking about right now, but I can feel your emotions. I glimpsed the secret with your memories. I saw the curse that haunts your body to this day. You are not Tallulah. I suggest you look out for your own skin before jumping to conclusions. Mia, don't just stand there. Avoid the fire. Or avoid that I don't know what I just said. Ugh. You withstood it. Not for long. You're surprised too, are you not? She did it once before. That exact same black lines back at Chinabog. How much longer can you hold on? Your warriors have fallen. Were their sacrifices for nothing? Will you die meaninglessly to my flames today? How is it? Can you still peep on can you still peep on others' thoughts while desperately casting your arts? Such a dirty little trick. It reminds me of what? Think about it carefully. Which is your real Orgenium Arts? Polteroctes dying by your hand? What kind of joke is that? Mia, I'll clear a path through the remaining flames. Fall back and jump to the right. Jump as far as you can. Right. Oh shit. And it's already on fire. Banned. Thank you, Madam Chen. Strange, Mia. Tallulah seems to be very surprised by you. Madam Chen, that's not the least of it. Please don't let your guard down, no matter what happens next. I'll try my best. I don't think there's anything more important than both our lives, nor anything more shocking than the fate of Lugman. You're called a Mia. Bunny, if I were to ask you to build me an illusion that would entrance me forever, would you refuse? Would you hold back and avoid using that kind of power? I won't answer you. Your expression and hesitation betray your thoughts, self-proclaimed kind Bunny. I've never said that. Your actions speak louder than words, false infected warrior. Black arts that absorb memories but do not differentiate between consciousness. Not an unilateral extraction, but rather proliferation and acquisition that goes both ways. How can this be? How can this be, Bunny? What is this? Can you answer me? Have the sarcasm of Kazdel gone mad? Kazdel? Yeah. Devil, sarcasm. I got it right? What did I get right? A lord of different race. Oh, okay. So we're talking about the Lord of Fiends. Okay. Was the previous Lord of Fiends an idiot or a lunatic? I can't even remember its name anymore. It seems that the extinction of the sarcasm is indeed imminent. Oh, the sarcasm mercenary, W. The sarcasm behind them. So that's how it is. The Lord of the Bunny, Lord of Fiends. Haha. Mia, to be honest, I'm not shocked. I'm quite lost, actually. Do you believe what she's saying, Madam Chen? Doesn't matter. I believe the choice is yours, Madam Chen. Besides, these facts won't change your mind anyway. Correct. In fact, I think she's trying to buy time until we suffocate. But we're trying to buy time too. Huh? Where are your deputies? Deputies? The noble of your royal court, your citizens. Who else did you bring? That ghoul who's been rotting for several centuries, or that pink-eyed bastard who can't bear the slightest bit of light? Did you personally? Who he called a pink-eyed bastard? Hold on. Shit. Did you personally take care of Boulder Octies, or did someone else do it for you? You can do it, young false Lord of Fiends. You cannot do it, young false Lord of Fiends. You cannot take control of them in the royal court. You are not a real Lord of Fiends. You're not even a sarcasm. You're just a little bunny. You don't even have the power to fight against your enemies. Should try, you would be swiftly eradicated. Alternatively, you are just the newest toy of the sarcasm rulers. Do you feel sadness at being a tough subject, immature bunny? You're an outsider. You cannot do anything but wait for the others to take your life in the symbol of the king, and with that, your entire being. I can do that for you. I will help you depart this world without the slightest trace of pain. Deathless black snake, are you afraid? What? You've said a lot, Duke of Cachet. Yet, if your life was really as long as the legends told, and if the dread you showed from time to time was not part of your performance, then I believe I understand. Cachet, Amiya, is that true? The one in front of you is Tallulah, and at the same time, Cachet. My intuition is not wrong. You fought the sarcasm in the past, Duke of Cachet. You're afraid of me. You fear me. Interesting. However, the time for jokes is over. I need some time to clean up the current act. This play has greatly exceeded expectations. It is kind of funny though, because she's kind of talking like Cachet a little bit, you know. For now, I will have to act, like her whole demeanor has shifted since like watching her backstory and stuff like that. Watching her here, you can definitely tell she's like two parts of a person. For now, I have to ask you to leave the stage, Bunny. I never expected you to play such a large role. I'm underestimated you. If you can feel my dread, that can only mean that your arts are still too shallow. I feel whatever I wish to feel, even if I'm unable to shield my memories. Emotions are still a specialty of mine. You're not lying. That just proves my point that you right now is definitely not completely Tallulah. Should I give you some more time so that you may dig out some other truth from my mind? Yet my past is just that, and it can only be that. You cannot prove anything. My mastery over thoughts is such that none who have ever tried to comprehend them have ever succeeded. Yet you did not see what I wanted you to see. You're honest, Bunny. You did not lie. You can only feel emotions and backtrack along memories. You cannot see my actual thoughts. Then let me warn you, Bunny. You don't know me. You don't know Tallulah. All that you've said is built upon your own hypothesis. Hypotheses? I think it's hypothesis, but you fundamentally cannot comprehend me. How would you know who I am? Tallulah, or should I say Cachet? I don't care who you are. No matter who you are, no, that's not right. You're Tallulah. It was Cachet that created you. Tallulah, you're not touching a single strand of my hair, of her hair. How brave you are, Chen, to point a sword at your own relative over an outsider. No matter who it is by my side, Tallulah, a good person would never strike at my friends to get to me. Chen, you have not seen the northern plains of Ursus. You're just like a delicate flower grown in a greenhouse. You haven't seen how cruel this world can be. You don't even know what changed me to become like this. Of course, I want to know. How would I not? I want to know everything that's happened to you. I want you to tell me yourself. Then why not come to my side right now, Chen? I don't want to fight you anymore. I don't want to harm you again. You've got it all wrong. The reason I want to know is so I can prevent such things from ever happening again. I want to know so I can judge your actions, figure out your motives, compare your deeds. I want to know so that I can see clearly what you want to do, how you want to do it, and how far you want to go with it. I want to know so that I can see the extent of your sins. As for you, Tallulah, what's done is done, Tallulah. Despite my wishes, you've grown up and become as you are now. You too, Chen. You've become something that saddens me. My actions sadden you. Reunion invaded my city, killed my friends, harmed countless Ursus citizens, and decriminated so many infected. Who's saddening who? I watched as Reunion members helped each other at Lugman, willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their comrades. Even in the wilderness, they had nowhere to go. Who's saddening who? You are their enemy. You are the one who stopped my people. You prevented them from taking Lugman. Sorry, Tallulah. I wouldn't believe you if you said that sending them off to die in Lugman wasn't just a way to get this moment here with me. You've never believed anything I said, Chen. You've never trusted me. You asked if I knew Tallulah. I do. You asked if I believe Tallulah. Of course I do. That's why I came here of my own free will, to verify this thought of mine. But I did not come here to prove your innocence. No, definitely not. Why? Didn't you just say that you trust me, Chen? Right now we are both infected. We can't just stand here. Why can't we just stand here together? Isn't our reunion supposed to be something happy? Her thoughts are really shaking. Ugh. Don't change the topic. You're the leader of Reunion. I need proof, judgment, and verification. LGD Officer Chen and the present Chen, I'm not trying to prove that you are innocent. No, how could I? The Tallulah of the past? Excuse me. No matter what caused you to become like this, since when can we look at Tallulah as two distinct halves? It's because I knew you in the past that I want to understand even more. Who and what turned you into this? Oh, decimal? Decimated? Oh. The pain and suffering you've experienced, the truth behind your father's death, your hate towards Wei, I can understand all that. Maybe they all pushed you down this road. But what was it that caused you to become someone so cruel? What was it that turned you into a vanguard of the Ursus invasion? Did you deceive your people too? Tallulah. You're judging me? You abandoned everything to come here just to tell me off? Was it Wei who turned you into such a blind, cold-hearted person? Talk about cold-hearted person. Shouldn't you be asking the reasons behind my actions? No, that can wait for later. I can reconstruct the flow of events from the garbage heap. I came to fulfill my duty. If you really weren't responsible for these, I would fire a flare. It wouldn't matter even if you killed me. I would still be able to prove that you didn't deserve death. But if you're conspiring to do harm, then we will gladly give up our lives just to stop you. I want to see to what extent you're wrong. Taking a life without a trial, that's murder, and the city is guilty of murdering the infected. Right now, I see it all clearly. My sword, my thoughts, my ideas, they're all on you. As for the past, let it remain in the past. The past will never return. I will never forgive a schemer who toys with lives, no matter who they are. You cannot break the law with impurity? You wish to cut your ties with me, Chen. It's pointless to try and taunt me. Feel free to guilt me or whatever. This is who I am, a woman of my word. You're the one who has forgotten all this. Amiya, I won't ask what else you need to prepare. Instead, what do you want me to do? Ah, Madam Chen, I need a bit more time. How long? 3 minutes at most. Then I'll give you at least 3 minutes. This time, we're really fighting shoulder to shoulder, Emiya. It's just the two of us. But we're carrying the burden of countless lives, you know as well as I. 3 minutes, Emiya. In the next 3 minutes, you will not die. I guarantee it. Ooh. I don't know why that gave me goosebumps. Just a pretty cool line, I guess. So once we're done with this, I really hope you'll give me a proper explanation. You have to help me understand exactly what my sister's become. Also, I want to know if we'll be able to face this thing's true nature in the end, instead of just an empty shell with a theoretical streak. Theatrical streak? I'll accept the outcome no matter what it is. All right, I promise, Chin. I'm Madam Chin, and thank you. Thank you for your perseverance. I believe it when I see it. Tallulah, your actions, your words, I've been watching. I'm relying on you, Madam Chin. Oh, shit. Bunny, I don't know how you manipulated my sister's thoughts or what sort of dirty deeds you have with the sarcasm. Is the shadow controlling you and the mastermind behind W the same person? Don't bother answering. I need my flames to teach you a lesson. You should not have attached yourself to the sarcasm. You should have not used their power to disgrace the relationship between my sister and me. Dirty deeds and sinful past are acceptable. The generosity and benevolence of one's country would still be willing to accept you in your repentance. Yet to go along with the sarcasm and fall in with Kazdel. Both you and the one who raised you should be exiled furthermore. To roam aimlessly in the wastelands, thirsty without any hope of water, hungry without a dream of food, to be eaten alive by maggots as you struggle to live, yet unable to find a place. Places you die. Okay. Tallulah has a very warped sense of justice. She thinks she's like the Almighty. The divine judgment. Are you really Tallulah? Chen, if you want to know the truth, stop protecting that seed of evil by your side. She's tearing us apart, twisted the truth, and using my memories to mislead you. Bunny, you. Bolderakti left in search of the light, yet you walked towards darkness. You are not worthy of killing him. If the devils you're talking about are the sarcasm, I know, and if the people you're talking about are like you. The light you're talking about is slaughter, spreading pain, harm, and deception, whereas the dark you prefer is salvation, sympathy, and the fight for justice. Then I am willing to continue onwards together with the sarcasm. Has your identity as infected blinded you? Did you misunderstand their goals because of how the sarcasm used the infected? Are you not aware that you are the pawn in their hands? You're trying to drag my sister into the abyss for this. My flames will burn through your deceit and reveal the truth behind you. Take care of this, for this will hurt. However, I have no choice but to do it. You should ask my permission first. I don't wish to do this, Chen. Haven't you already done this before? I have had enough of your hypocrisy. Your hate is blinding you, preventing you from seeing yourself and escaping your upbringing. You're the one who hasn't left that fire still, Tallulah. Ooh, damn, bro. We're going. This is a fight if I've ever seen one. Damn. Okay. Tallulah. Alright, so I can't put anybody on this side of the burn to a crisp.
Good scenery here, Doctor.
Sin is to be punished.
Alright. Fine.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
I gotta know where it's going. I mean, those aren't like inherently the worst thing to kill, honestly, but not knowing where it's going.
I won't sleep on the job. Follow me.
Ah, I see. Wasn't very nice, was it?
Almost dozed off. Gather around me, guys.
Orders received.
Arts unit. There you are.
See, does it hurt the tiles up here? Because I think that's what I found out with Exia. So if that's the case, Thorns is a dead bitch. Can't heal him.
Long night 2 shall now end.
I have to get serious now.
So Tallulah inflicts a pain on somebody or a flame on somebody. And if I had to guess how this game works, it's probably continuous.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Ooh, she can continuously do it. How cute.
We create a diversion.
Allow me to study your command style in this.
See, I don't think you can set things apart. Okay.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Oh, it does leave though. It's not infinite.
指揮する人がいるってターゲットが視界から消えちゃうのは嫌よね。
Oh, I can live it. Tallulah's coming though.
Allow me to stop out. Best gift you can.
We're counting on you again today, little apple. 大地こそ我が友。
At attention. Ready to fall in.
So I don't know what she's doing. Is she just gonna walk straight into my base?
Grasp the right power so as to sweep all wrongdoing from this world.
Got it. 言われなくても私。I'm right here, Doctor.
Huh? Hey, is he been? Venus even. Look at this line is fucking. Huh?
Let's take it slow.
Okay. So.
Run!
Shouldn't have a second phase, at least not on this stage. I have an idea, and I think it might work. Oh yeah, I forgot to read the description. Sorry.
出発だ. Good scenery here, Doctor. 敵見っけ。父の入場みたいに並んできてくれたらいいんだけどね。私を目で追えるかしら? Follow me.
Yeah, I was about to say.
もっと早く動けるわ。
全員の行動力をそれでいいだろう。
We're counting on you again today, little apple. 集中。
Oh! Myrtle, you fuck.
Orders received.
Alright.
何かすぐもっと早く動けるわ。
I forgot Myrtle was in her thing.
慌てないで。 Got it. Whew, almost as that.
Huh? Oh, I see.
I'm right here, Doctor. Everyone believes in me. もっと早く動けるわ。
I see the mistake I made.
Here. Don't gather around me, guys. Be good.
I thought I went. I thought that I went down this line.
Let me create a diversion. 尻尾が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。 Whew, we're counting on you again today, little apple. 悪くない場所だ。
Allow me to come. Rest me if you can.
慎重。それは変わらない。
Just you fucking insta kill that motherfucker.
私に指図するエヴァティーン。よくない祝うわ。立ち上がる。Is it my turn? ターゲットロックオン。
命令動き回る。そうすればお互い手間が分かった。慌てないで。
So she has some sort of like insta kill ability. Or not really.
At attention, I'll impart on you all the cries I've heard.
Not enough seconds in the days, bro.
Allow me to study your command style in this.
プログラム起動します。Got it. Okay. 初期化完了しました。Let me create a diversion.
I guess if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure they take arts damage.
Here, everyone believes in me. Is it my turn?
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいい。
Allow me to. I'll impart on you all the cries I've heard.
I won't sleep on the job. Good scenery here, Doctor. Here I am.
I shall lead the assault.
Here I am. Even a well-crafted gun will jam sometimes. Life is no different, so don't worry about it. The river bends 1,000 times. A city lone in desolation, vivid in the mind's eye.
Victoria's servicemen should take pride in their own discipline.
Yeah, I was thinking her skill 3, but I'm trying to think of a spot that I'd put her where she'd be able to get it. Because pretty much over here is like a wasteland. I had the right idea with thorns, but he needed to be over one. Yeah, I don't have Soul Rash though. At this point I am, because I only tried it twice. I don't really want to take a support yet. I think I can do it. I'll be either one of those.
Got it.
Don't worry, Doctor. I'll catch up to the others.
All right, we'll see. I think I have a decent formation, just a couple tweaks.
使命に背きはしない。Good scenery here, Doctor. 奴らが今回の殲滅対象か。
Thing is, I can't use Myrtle there. Might not even be worth having her.
For the marching. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
時間をかけるつもりはない。
Well, I was hoping she'd last a couple seconds, but
Long night 2 shall now end. Yes, I am fully ready.
Truly, the split halberd sinks in the sand. Great inspiration.
Not a worry, Doctor. Until you've gotten everyone away, I will not fall.
Let's go! I'm here to help. Gather around me, guys. 新たな挑戦ね。
It's fine. As long as I can muster up the courage.
何か指示はもっと早く動けるわ。And thus has Autumn made reckoned her rival.
ah, Ling's not gonna get fucking healed. Damn it.
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
何か指示尻尾が流星
Fuck
の
you,
ようだ。
Ling, you sack of shit.
そうやって言われるの。
I didn't even realize that because I was so worried about. I don't even know why I needed to worry about thorns.
Follow me.
Dude has self heal.
At your disposal.
It has to be somebody besides Myrtle because Myrtle sucks at defending.
Long night 2 shall now end.
Thorn can't go there.
As long as I can hang in there, the people will be done in no time.
Orders received.
Holy shit, I get Myrtle sucks. Okay, Myrtle, she ain't the Vanguard, bro. She ain't the Vanguard for this.
So don't worry about it.
Alright, bye-bye, Mertz. I'm better than Myrtle's useless ass. Just kidding. Oh
即
shit.
戦即決しよう。俺の貴重な時間を無駄にしないために。
It's fine. As long as I can muster up the courage.
I can't get a fucking healer out fast enough, dude. Jesus Christ.
役立たずどもは引っ込んでろ。ここは私がやる。
You're gonna be able to stay alive long. Until first. You proc the first one I put out.
Fear neither hardship nor darkness.
To gaze the fire from afar, knowing not its heat.
Does he heal himself by chance?
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいい。
And thus has Autumn made reckoning her arrival.
I feel like Thorns being there is actually kind of useless because by the time he's even able to fucking hit anything.
When will the hate sunk beneath the battlefield disperse? When will the hate sunk beneath the battlefield disperse?
At your disposal, you can do this. Here, first step is a deep breath.
分かった。お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。
I can't fucking put Ling here either.
To my turn.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, sorry. Not really a spot where she can hit.
I will complete my assignment.
Follow me.
Oh fuck! I thought he was gonna die. Saga useless shack shit. Yeah, there's probably somebody better that I could use over Exia.
Best me if you can.
Oh, fucked up again.
Allow me to study your command style in this battle, Doctor.
私に指図すってエヴァティ And thus has Arden made welcome to her arrival. 何か指示はありますか？尻尾が流星のようだ。よくそう
I can't catch a fucking break on that drone, bro. Fucking drone's an asshole. Although I think she dies anyway.
ターゲットロックオン。
Best me if you can.
I shouldn't have done that, but we'll see. I have faith.
初期化完了しました。
Give me the heals, bro.
使用プロセス開始します。
I love Mudrock going against these guys are kind of. I hate the hell out of these guys though.
I'm not your doctor.
For the marching, a war song. Fallen, a lament. Truly, when will the hate sunk beneath the battlefield disperse? Has it come to my turn?
This is so fucking annoying that I leaked at the beginning.
The split halberd sinks in the sand. Great
That's all I gotta say.
aspirations unrecompensed. Truly, when will the hate sunk beneath the battlefield disperse? Mission accomplished.
Who did I leak? Oh, cause Saga. Damn it, man. Damn it. Saga, you useless shit. Oh, whatever. Still not enough. You won't be able to overcome my flames like this. Pant, 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 pant. With neither wisdom nor courage, who would enjoy such a performance? Chin, how much longer will you swing your sword for the sake of others? Have you ever drawn that sword for yourself? Lord of fiends, haha, perhaps the courts managed to create an inferior piece of trash. Jesus. Still not enough. Raise my volume? What do you mean, my volume or the music? Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Thank you, Kami. Still not enough, just enough, not enough. You two. Huh? Actually, it is enough. If you continue speaking to my mind, I'll have to ask you to leave. It's enough. Madam Chin, emotions. They're flowing towards me from it. Shishao? Before, we didn't know each other at all. It's like things that had happened here have bound us together. The fate of the infected has brought us here because we believe that the coming dawn will always be better than today. Chin is different from you, Bunny. Rhodes Island is just a scarecrow from the various political entities. For them, you would kill your own kin while speaking of kindness, waiting for a chance to sow chaos for your own benefit. You don't care about the infected at all. Who else do you want to kidnap? Are you planning to feed those lies to Madam Chin? Use Tallulah to hijack Reunion. Use Chinnabog to seize the Ursus army. Dangling a carrot in front of the people of Ursus. Who else are you planning to kidnap now? It's easy to see through your lies since you've only ever talked about the results and motivations without ever saying what steps you take to achieve them. Your promise to Tallulah was the exact same. Oh. You promised Madam Chin in Reunion that you would create a home for the infected. You promised that the infected would rise up after a battle, but Tallulah would never have made such a promise again, because the first time she made that promise brought so much pain. Amiya, Madam Chin. Amiya, how my regrets. If I only had met you sooner, so much may have turned out differently, but I've made my mistakes. I think the old Madam Chin wouldn't have agreed with me anyway. Not Madam, just call me Chin. Miss Chin. That's fine. It's a bit more formal, or is it too formal? Sorry to drag you into this sisterly quarrel. I thought our union would be a little bit more dramatic, or at least more conventional. I thought that no matter how conventional it is, the feelings we have when reuniting after a long time are one and the same. Is crying very cliched? That's a big ass E. I don't think so. Any normal person would cry. Very elegant. Bunny, an impressive assault on the emotional front. However, such a skill is better suited to persuade the royal court and the Senate, to subdue the parliament and those spineless bastards, to incite the blind soldiers and irascible citizens rather than me. Casdell fell thrice to the great fires. It was rebuilt many times, receiving millions of new souls and being reclaimed by the royal court each time, yet the previous residents have all but reduced to ashes in the wind. In Chinnabog, you raised a barrier, stopping my breath. I let you go, but the noble warrior who has sacrificed his life for you was worthy of my respect. But now you caught my attention once more. You won't get another chance to escape. Survive this emulation, Bunny? Damn it, Amiya, over here, quick. I'm not talking to you, sister, now. I wonder what her burning flesh will smell like. Amiya! Violent flames flash into existence. The searing flames of white fire roar towards Amiya from all directions, completely enveloping her and even the ground she stands upon. Emulation? Oh. You! Just try it. If you were struck now, would you cut both my arts and her? Let her go. Let her go, Tallulah. I'm the one you want dead. Too late. The 3 minutes are up. Enough time has passed. Their thoughts shift over Lugman and Chinnabog, their memories across the northern plains and the lands of Ursus. She is immediately familiar with Chin's thoughts. She has experienced all of Chin's battles to this point. She branded Lugman, Chinnabog, and all the northern plains upon her body. So this is why she goes into Gardamia. Turn up the music. It's all the way up. Black lines surge outwards from the ball of flame, thorning into distinct threads that carve through the flames. The white fire fades away. How? What cut through the flame prison? Amiya violently gasps for breath. She shuts her eyes. Countless ideas form within Amiya's mind and dissipate just as quickly. She remembers Frost Nova, laminating through gritted teeth. She sees the Wendigo's corpse standing tall. She hears Elena's irresistible whispers. She sees Ace and Scout and remembers the elite operators dancing at the party. She recalls Lisa talking about gingerbread out of the or taking gingerbread out of the oven. She thinks of Mimi's homemade bandages. She sees the light that shines faintly at Santi's chest as he walks through the corridor during a power outage, a silly grin on his freckled face. She thinks of her parents. She thinks she sees her mother holding onto her shoulder as she tries to grasp the fiddlestick. Her mother's fingers are long and fair, though she is displeased at all the scars and calluses. She sees her father falling over after pushing her out the door. She cannot remember exactly what her father said, only that he had tears in his eyes. Goodbye, live on, Amiya. She sees Teresa stabbing a sword into her chest. She sees Teresa wishing her goodnight and turning off the lights. She sees Teresa picking out a white dress for her with a smile brighter than her own. She sees the doctor walking in front of her. She sees the doctor looking back, waiting for her to catch up before continuing onwards. She sees a Sarkaz. A great fire, the very same great fire, a great fire that burns all yet is unable to eradicate malice. A great fire that itself was born of malice. Inside a tent surrounded by the great fire, the Sarkaz roars aloud. We have been betrayed once more. They have broken the agreement, attacked our camp. They are just normal civilians, not soldiers. They are just normal Sarkaz. Why do you kill my wife? Why must my people suffer such injustice? Why do we not have the right to live? We just want to live in peace, a place to call home. Is it just because we are Sarkaz? Amiya's tears evaporate in the scorching flames. Is it just because we are infected? Amiya asks. Are we lower than the vilest beast, a blight upon this land simply because we are Sarkaz? The Sarkaz roars pierce through the tongues of the flame, through the arts, through the eras. What crimes did they commit? Are they not innocent? Do you hate them? Amiya whispers. Memory will not answer. Yet this great Sarkaz does so, as if he knows that this question will inevitably be asked. No, perhaps he is the one who never stopped asking himself. Do they hate us? To massacre our kin without rhyme or reason, to regine on our promises, on their promises to cover up their crimes by committing an even greater crime? Are they toying with us, or is this manipulation? Do they seek benefits, or is this purely abuse? Is this a moment of paranoia, or is it malice buried deep within? Are we the ones that should hate, or they should hate? They should hate themselves. They should hate themselves for reducing the land to this state, for turning us all into villains. The Sarkaz raises his sword. Black and Churlin engulf the entirety of this sword. That weight presses heavily on Amiya's shoulders, the long sword that Amiya grips in her hand. Do I hate him? Rage, rage. An endless rage is upon this land. It breaks past the Sarkaz's bottom line, past Amiya's guard. Anyway, an enemy that cannot even be destroyed by hate. How can that which raises malice overcome malice? Yet this fury is different. Even if I don't take revenge, even if I never hold a grudge, I still have the right to rage on forever. The Sarkaz roars fiercely. They should never have done so if they didn't expect this. The flames tremble beneath his mighty roars. They streak back, transforming from orange to cerulean. I think that's the color, but I'm not really sure. I think it's black. In a display of self-mockery, the cerulean flames burn even brighter. An entity? Oh. The Sarkaz draws his long sword, the black blade long and sharp, whispers of blue flame trail across it. Oh, it's blue? Oh. His fury swells forth. If this is the end, come at me. I will bring the end to you, to all of us, to myself. If this land will not permit myself to lay down my weapon, then I can only continue to fight until the end of time itself. Amiya knows. She knows that after killing all the Oathbreakers, the Great Sarkaz had committed suicide. Amiya also knows that this sword had turned into little more than ashes, as if it never existed. Yet, the Churlin? I don't know.
Cerulean.
Cerulean. Oh, okay. Cerulean. In the history of the Sarkaz Lord has long become a part of Amiya. I can't say it. As more unsheathed blade, cleave now has cleft. Cerulean. As more as move at Teardrop's point, once known be deft. A sword ear Shadow's Trace casts off a cast. A sword Stratus Rent, one stood fast. Oh, it's doing it for us. It's not a happy ending, but Amiya has run out of time. Amiya sees Chen's rage. Oh god, I can't mess up, chat. Amiya sees Tallulah's flames. Amiya understands clearly that they must resolve this matter here. Sword of Fury will not just be a sword of the past, it'll become a sword of the present. Amiya grips the hilt tightly.
And we'll burn the clouds away.
Holy shit, bro. Hoo-wee. All right. Guard Amiya. That really does remind me of Bon Guy. Jeez, sword. From spinning to cutting, the embodied power did not increase, but the form has changed. It's genuine. Congratulations, Bunny. You're not a fragment, not an experiment, not an imposter. You are indeed the Lord of Sarkaz, the enemy of humanity. No, I'm nothing but an infected. A person. I'm a bit speechless. Mia, what kind of magic is that? That doesn't matter right now. Maybe, but actually, it matters a lot to me. Why are you holding a sword that looks so much like Shishao? Why did you know the sword's techniques that I've diligently practiced for over 10 years? Miss Chen, is it that serious? Never mind, let's leave it for the next time. How similar is this sword to Shishao? You can think of it as another Shishao. Alright, Amiya. So 2 Dragon Slayer swords, huh? How much of the sword techniques do you know? All that I've seen, all that I've found within your heart, I know it all. What didid you find on my heart? Miss Chen, don't worry. I only saw things that you wished for me to learn. I can distinguish these things. I really didn't look at anything else. Forget it all. Wei always said that handling Shishao relies more on one's state of mind rather than one's mastery over the sword. I always thought he was bullshitting, but I have to admit I'm unlikely to ever reach his level of swordsmanship. So you can just ignore him when he's waxing lyrical about cooperation and principles, but when it comes to the sword, you must listen to us both. Got it. 2 swords. You actually have the gall to choose such an evil weapon like Xin Shao. Since when have weapons become evil or not? What kind of weapon could be more evil than you? Listen up, Amiya. If your resentment and my fury are all one and the same, then so too are our swords. Let's go, Amiya. Take her down, dead or alive. Huh? Can we really? Don't act like we have a choice. You've gained so much confidence from such a weapon. I've been through this tomfoolery once already today, and I don't fancy an encore. Let's test your sword, Bunny. I'll see your skills for myself. Too slow, Shishao. Unsheath. Oh-wee! Unsheath. Ah. Dr. Kelso was right. Shishao is a sword that can cut through hearts. The formless flames that endlessly devour their surroundings dissipate into nothingness after the flashes of cerulean, black and red. That's why their ultimates are similar or their skills are similar than, huh? A wound. How could this? Ever since I revived through my sheer hate, this body has not taken a single scratch. We only managed to cut her finger. Her arts are too tremendously powerful. Don't underestimate that little scratch. Every little wound and cut will build up and accumulate. Will wear her down eventually. That's really sad. Who do you think you are, talking like that while wearing that face? LGD really raised a kind-hearted girl. You seem very happy covering up your sister's body with an outsider. You dare call me that? Kill me if you wish, Chen. You. I can never return. I hate all of this. I hate you. I hate this land that raised you. It made you like this. Kill me, release me from all of this. Otherwise, I will kill you. At least, Chen. Don't make me kill you. I don't want to. I can't. Even if it's your fault, I'm like this. That time 20 years ago, you didn't come with me. You backed out and you ran away, Chen. I became like this, something that even I hate, all because of you. All because of you, because you went back on your promise. That night under the tyrannical reign, why did you willingly stay by that evil dragon's side? He killed my father, caused our mother's death, he split us apart. And now you're doing his bidding. It's lying. Think about it, Miss Chen. What was that actually like that night? ... The sky was clear. I will never forget that night. There was no moonlight, no stars. But it was daytime when you dragged me out. It was during the day. That means... No, Tallulah Cachet's orgy in Emarts didn't begin taking effect after his death. He had already been using his arts on you from that moment on. Just think, how many of your thoughts has he twisted? How many memories has he warped? Even if he didn't tamper with your memories, he was still exploring those fuzzy corners of your mind. Tallulah, if you were still Tallulah, even if you wanted to start a war, even if you ended up sacrificing so many people, would you have let them all die in vain just for yourself? If there had to be sacrifices, wouldn't you have let yourself be the first? Would you have let the Yetis and Frost Nova die helplessly? Would you have used the thing Patriot was protecting to destroy him? You who greatly respected him. Would you have allowed countless Ursus unaffected to die for that? Enough, you cannot shake my resolve. Your actions are completely the same, down to the very rhythms. Or rhymes? I think it's rhythms. Disgusting. Those two swords are still unable to best me. You will eventually run out of stamina, yet my flames are endless. Your swords are an extension of your bodies, whereas I embody power. You will fail to your fatigue, and I will claim your lives. Why isn't my child sloppy out? What do you mean? It's 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Tallulah, open your eyes and see. Do you truly wish for such an ending, such a tragedy? Is this really what you want? Enough. It's pointless to hide in your shell. Face me. Amiya raises her head. She speaks as if describing a simple fact. Chen looks at Amiya. The girl next to her is unrecognizable from the Amiya 10 minutes ago. Her usual tone is surprising. It feels as though a third of it is coming from Amiya herself and another third from stubbornly intimidating her, and the last third Chen does not know either. The Draco pinches her lips together. After much hesitation, she opens her mouth once again. What sights did you see this time? Whose last words did you hear? Bunny, only those who have faced imminent death like to spout such platitudes? The events of the past cannot harm me. This is a little loud. At the same time, she taps the hilt of her sword, lightly pulling apart the shaking air ahead of her, sending the scorching heat towards the two infected. Chen roars just before she moves. It occurs to her that it may be better for Amiya to deal with this. She shouts, fleeting night. She turns to look at Chen, a smile on her face. I'm sorry, it's something like this, right? Blue, black, probably cerulean. Looks good. Compared to this, Shishao is a lot bloodier. At this moment, Chen considers that perhaps the battle should have gone just like this. The oxygen supply devices have all been destroyed during the battle. To fight a fire dragon while carrying an oxygen supply is nothing short of suicidal. With a huff, Chen discards her extraneous equipment and lamps it the fact that she was far too hasty with her preparations. Amiya, there's not much time left. She's planning to burn off the oxygen here. The rabbit beside her is also a Veteran of many battles. I almost said veterinarian for some reason. Veteran of many battles. A reminder should have been unnecessary, but it's enough to divert her attention. There's only one reason to do so. Chin wants to draw her attention. Chin breathes in deeply. She's struggling to keep calm. Refusing to be bound by its scabbard, the temporary restrained Xin Shao trembles violently as if eagerly awaiting its release to the point of madness, though it may be because her own hand is shaking. After all these years, only now does Chen feel the tenacity of Xin Shao. She fears that she will lose her grip on the sword, yet she is unable to stop herself from rejoicing together with it. Chen comes to the realization Xin Shao possesses no will of its own. It's the will of the will. The will is the will of the user. It wasn't that she was unable to draw Xin Shao before. She hadn't reached a point where she needed to use it. But now, as she faces a veritable wall of flames and the villain in front of her, the person she longed for, that friend, sister, criminal, along with the sense of total despair, it all weighs down heavily on her. The trembling gradually stops. It's time, Chen feels. Xin Shao has been waiting for this far too long, and she has as well. Miss Chen, please wait. We may be able to hurt her, but even if we have the power to do so, killing her is meaningless. Mia doesn't feel as if she's the one speaking. She feels like a sharp blade bent from injustice and tragedy. Even so, Mia feels that this blade will return to its original shape, as sharp as ever. She feels as though she feels a little like Chen. That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. She cannot actually beat Chen after all. And Mia gazes at Tallulah. Miss Chen, did you arrest suspects just so you could flog and humiliate them? To take away their lives. Yet her nameless anger is nothing like Chen. She feels betrayal, manipulation, isolation. She is experiencing a story that has not yet reached its end. A gloomy future which still exists. That is just an outcome, I believe. Besides, we don't possess the authority. I know you'll say that just washing away her suspicions is too easy. No, Madam Chen, Miss Chen, that's not right. Whether or not her suspicions can be washed away must wait until this matter is resolved. Chen bites down hard on her lips, drawing blood. Why does she feel joy at bloodkin Why does she feel joy at bloodkin harming one another? She cannot answer. She stops herself from raising Xin Shao. She sighs. Exactly. That's just the outcome. Just an outcome. I want them to be judged for their crimes. Death can come after they've been sentenced. Where does your confidence stem from? It's not confidence, monster. It's called responsibility. Chen holds her head up high. It's our duty. On the other hand, cachet, you possess nothing. Cachet. Your body is borrowed. Your deceptions are laid bare. Deceptions are laid bare. Your flames falter before Shi Shao. You choose this place as your battlefield, relying on your weapons in disguise. Staying in the core city is proof of your arrogance and foolery. Of folly. You've driven yourself into a corner. You cannot escape.
Things disappoint on occasion. There's no need to blame yourself too hard. Leave the rest to me.
Doctor, need me to give you a shoulder massage? I'm pretty well known.
Whoa, she changed. Huh? Oh, what? Tell me what happened. Oh. Reading Mia's change form thing. Wait, I don't have chin though. So where the hell did this dragon come from? If you haven't already, smack the like button real quick and sub to the channel for Arknights content and other stuff. Patriot cosplay at 10k subs. Blue Mushu from Milan.
My sword is cloaked in Sea Chow's shadow. My sword is cloaked in Sea Chow's shadow.
Sea Chow.
My sword is cloaked in Sea Chow's shadow. My sword is cloaked in Sea Chow's shadow.
I was actually saying she cow. She
My
chow.
sword is cloaked in Sea Chow's shadow.
Come in JP. Well, I ain't gonna be able to say it like they do. They have a lot more pronunciation into it.
私の剣が石章の影をまとう。私の剣が石章の影をまとう。
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to say it that way.
私の剣が石章の影をまとう。
Sheik Shao? Sheik Shao? Sounds like that's what it says. Sheik Shao.
私の剣が石章の影をまとう。
Sheik Shao. I don't know. See, I don't know how to say it. Six Shao? Sheik Shao? Kind of sounds like six. Sheik Shao? I don't know. Sheik Shao? Sheik Shao? Seashells by the seashore? Sheik Shao?
どれどれ面白そうなやつはいるかな
Huh?
You've
Did I
got a
finish
strong
chapter 8?
hunger for knowledge, but it lacks direction at times.
I have one more stage, but it's a lot of reading, so. A lot of reading.
Yes, I'm back. Is Cruz here too?
Why is my base not fully upgraded? Because I don't have the energy. Seesaw? Seesaw?
見どころが多すぎてめまいがしそうだよ。
ロドス大きいな。
I don't have enough power to do it. And I can't upgrade anything, can I? I don't know. My base is perfect the way it is, right? Chi Chao? What? Hmm? Why did you do that?
Doctor, need me to give you a shoulder massage? I'm pretty well known for my PT skills.
I gave them away. Well, yeah, I'm not selfish. I give anyone that doesn't have, like, if I get a 3 and it has my name on it or something, I give it away. Anything that has my name on it, I give it. That's it. Big hands. What? What's in here? What do you want her to do? Huh? Is it here and looks at all the different screens? Yeah, no, I need to do bots today. There's so many of them, dude. Like, what am I gonna do with 700 stamp? Yeah, probably not gonna do the last stage just because if it has a heavy amount of reading, we just hit 4 hours. So, it's like 1 p.m. for me. I feel like I could have 3-starred this. Everybody knows that, right? Everybody who's here knows that I could have 3-starred this, right? Everybody knows that, right? Okay, just want to make sure. If I were to use Saga's skill, it doesn't kill her. They kill him though. Yeah, no, it's always weird because some people are just now joining, like, hey, cool. And then I'm like, wait, what? You farm red tokens? I've never done any of these. The red certs? Never. Am I supposed to do those? I know they give me these, but what am I gonna do with this? I don't care. I have 1,500 already. How the fuck do I E2 people? Oh, with the chip catalyst? You know how much I have? I have like 1,500. These things cost 90. They're not that much. Yeah, but they're not that much. I can buy 17 of them. I hardly ever use them. If I needed to, I guess I would. I can get honeyberry chips though. That'd be kind of good. Or dupes. So much grinding. I feel like I always have chip catalysts though. Like I've never had to do anything with it. Like I've never had to make any. I've E2. Oh, I have 5. But I don't know. I feel like I've never had to like E2 anybody. I like do it to E2 somebody. How do I have 1,600 red certs? I don't know. Where do you get red certs from? I get them from the weeklies, right? Yeah, we have to. Don't you get it from here? Yeah, just take these ones. Every week. Or every day. I just save them. What? You get like 5? 5 adds up. 5 of anything adds up. Look, I got 1,500. I've never grinded that thing. And I bought Ethan, pudding, and honeyberry from this. So that means I had way more. Once upon a time, I even had way more. And I've bought certs before. I never buy the module blocks because I always get them. The information fragments I never buy either because we always get them from events. I never have to. I don't know. I just always farm EXP and CMD if I need it. And then chips, obviously, if I ever need chips, but I'm good. I haven't done the daily for this. Oh, God. All my homies hate this map. Yeah, I did yesterday. How many of my proxies? It's not that bad. It's just annoying. And getting risk 8 isn't bad either. What's the odds that I pull a 1 and I get a Mizuki? I know I'm not done with chapter 8. I know I still have the last stage. It's just, if it's a lot of reading, I'm chilling. It's been like 4 hours. No skips. I don't even know what to do with Mizuki though. If I pull him in 1, you'll max him out. Oh, didn't have.
Attention! I am Doberman, former military instructor for the Bolivarian Armed Forces. Now let's cut to the chase. Hand over.
I do the annihilations. I haven't got my skip ticket today. I still have to do a couple of stages or whatever.
All right, all medicine has been prepared.
There you are.
Oh, thank you for smacking the remote on the ground. It wasn't very nice, was it? I have a lot of sanity now, yeah. I had to use my pots. Yo, don't pause the game. She's already getting it down. She's already doing the pause strat. Any resets tomorrow? Well, I'll do it right now. I bet. Well, I'll do it off stream. Ain't nobody gonna watch me do the same stage for 20 minutes for an hour.
Everyone, follow me.
Wants me to touch grass? No. Touch enough grass when I'm at work. Chat, if you want to smack the like button, we're 3 away from 90. Make it 2 away from 90. You want to see the new Annie? No, never. I'll never do an anniversary stream or anniversary annihilation stream. The thing about the new Annie is like they're always 20 minutes long. I ain't got no 20 minutes. I run over it mercilessly, yeah. Free contents.
Doctor, need me to give you a shoulder massage?
No, Lumen. Damn it, I don't need a fucking shoulder massage. Leave me alone. Yeah, I know. I always think about it, and then I don't do it. He just wants to give me a massage. It's not that.
Need me to give you a shoulder massage? I'm pretty well known for my PT skills.
Lumen, you're about to get kicked out of the damn stage, bro. You're about to get kicked out of the main screen. You keep talking like that. No annihilation stream? Maybe one day. Not today. Daddy, the Chad Daddy appears, huh? Pretty easy to first time them. Oh yeah, I forgot I had her. Thanks, George Washing Machine. I didn't steal it. I used a guide. Not stealing, is it? How do I have 1.2 LMD? So I'm just in it, bro. I'm in a different lane, dude. I only upgrade ops that I use, okay? So there's that. What do you mean I barely do? I have a lot of upgraded ops. Just if I don't use somebody for a very long time. I just got it. I just got the sanity from the pots. I'll use it. Who am I supposed to upgrade at this point? Who do I need? You know what I mean? That's what I think to myself. And then I just don't need anybody. Poor Mountain. Mountain's chilling. He's E1. Wherever the hell he is. Look. So if I had to choose like another operator, I'd probably go for, you know, it's funny. I E2'd Spectre the day that I got her. And then I don't play with her. Irene, we could also probably work on. Irene would be pretty cool. I got Passenger. Archietto. I always wanted a E2 La Pluma. I used her pretty heavily a couple months ago, and I always wanted to E2 her because I thought she was fun. Maybe like Honeyberry would be also pretty cool, or Blue Poison. That makes me feel better. I mean, it kind of does. Project Red could probably go up a bit. Should be more viable if I did. I don't know. La Pluma is just always like, she was fun to play. I like having her on my team. What did you do? What do you want? You can't play with the keyboard right now. I have like Neural that I could work on. I don't know. There's a lot of units that I've done nothing with. Texas, where she deserves to be. Makes an effort to use all ops. Maybe, I don't know. I just see, the thing is, bro, I get into a rhythm where I like the team that I have, or you know, a certain amount of units that I use, and I just, oh, okay, don't say that shit here. Flametel over Texas anyway. I just have units that I particularly like because I have a fondness to them, either because I got them very early on or I've just always used them. So I typically don't change very often. Like Exia, everybody always says she's pretty much useless for a lot of different cases, but I always put her on here. I don't know, bro. Flametel is always going to be on the team. I don't know what to tell you. She's one of my favorite vanguards. You know, that's just kind of the way it goes. Now, granted, a lot of these are meta units like Surtur, Thorns, Horn, Ling, in this case anyway. So I'm a very meta enjoyer. I will not do it. Do a poll about which units you should E2, then we pick. She doesn't need a lot of setup to be good. Usually Warfran or Samir, I guess, but I use Cruise and Exia a lot together. I don't know, man. I just like them, so I put them on here. It's just always the same teams because I grow fond of the characters and I just never really need to use anybody else. I don't really start using anybody else until I feel like a need to. Like there's a gimmick, like, you know, Invitation to Wine and stuff where Ethan was used. Then started using him pretty heavily. You know, that's kind of how some of these units ended on here, like Lumen being E2'd. So yeah, how am I supposed to do a poll there? There's so many units and I can only pick 4. My low units, my low units are kind of sag too, a little bit. I only have 3 4-stars E2'd. Province? I don't know. What is province? Five-star sniper? Maybe. I don't think so. You need a ranged high point. Well, who the hell's that then, huh? Her? Firewatch? Oh. Gotta put Firewatch on the team, I suppose. Platinum? Ah, Platinum's ass, bro. I don't have a... Well... I don't really have a good caster like that, though. I have Passenger. That's about it. Suffang. Platinum Enjoyer. I don't know, though. You have Exia on your team. What's the point? Platinum, you know? Explain to me that. If I have Exia, who the hell... Who's point? What's the point for Platinum? Platinum could eat my ass, bro. She has a pretty cool fit. Like, how does she do any more damage than anybody else, though? Yeah, but Exia has my heart. Platinum doesn't. Platinum was just a rookie. A rookie person. Look at her skill too. I forget where you go. Do you go to promotion? No, I was in the right spot. Potential. No, I was not. Fuck, where do I go here? Yeah. Expand range. She only expands 2 spots. Not that big. Some Nico tying. Infinite duration? Yeah, but it's only 2 spots. Who cares? Oh, let's just eat 1 row. Oh, you got another row? Oh, well then maybe she is pretty good. I don't know. Huh. Maybe she's worth. I don't know. How's she any better than her though, huh? Look at this fucking range. And she's a squid. Well, jobless, she wouldn't pick you either. Hi. Cuttlefish? How the hell is she a cuttlefish when she has tentacles out of her ass? Explain that to me. Cuttlefish doesn't have tentacles. Oh, maybe it... Wait, what? I guess they do have tentacles. Actually, not an octopus, though. Yeah, I didn't realize that until I looked it up. So actually, Asta. Asta's range is ass, bro. Look, she gets that too. Oh. Amber? Why not just use infinite range? Post it into the message. What's wrong with Firewatch? Build Rangers? Ranger can eat my ass too. Look at him, he's ugly. RNG bomb. Huh? April, I used her in CC8 for one strat and then couldn't because of the way the stage worked. Kami, $5 for platinum. They meant her skill 2 increases her range for an infinite duration. The extra 2 tiles you're looking at is just for promotion. Oh. So I should probably get her built up then? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah, hit your head. I would? Check out her talent. The longer the interval from the last attack, the higher the attack of the next attack will be. The longest interval is 2.5 seconds, and the corresponding attack increases to 140%. I just wanted to clear up confusion. Oh. Increase even more at E2. So do I have to get her to E2 for her to be viable? No, not Bunny. Okay. Bean. Huh? Why are you not in? No. Not gonna laugh? Alright. Try to get her to laugh, but she won't. Won't do it on screen. There she goes. You're not gonna do it for Dad. You don't love Dad. Why you not love me? Not very thrilled with that. That's not very nice. Alright, I don't want her anymore. She's not amused with me. Doesn't care about me. Confirmed. All right, chat. I think I'm gonna head out and enjoy the rest of the old Sunday here. Wish I could say when we're gonna finish the last. Is that the last stage of chapter 8 before like the hell stages and all that? Oh, I was gonna finish it in this stream, but I got a lot of sanity to burn and not enough time. Okay, so we'll wrap it up on the finale. We'll see. We'll see how tomorrow goes. If it's kind of a short day and like a shorter week or something, I might try to stream before work one of these days. We'll see what happens though. Because last week was kind of a shorter week. So we'll kind of see as stuff's kind of winding down before Christmas how work goes. We only have like 1 week until Christmas, basically, or like 1 week until the start of the week till Christmas. Okay, we have 2 weeks till Christmas. Damn it. Yeah, we have 2 weeks until Christmas. After Christmas, we'll find out if Daddy Zach has a job or not. So we might be spending a lot more time together, chat. But for sure, I'll probably spend one of those days or something because I have quite a bit of days off. But anyway, chat, love you guys. Thanks for hanging out. It's nice to stream a little bit again, get through chapter 8, have a epic ass scene. I also need to do a joint pull for droid. I'll have to figure that out. I just became homeless. Let's play Arknights. Feed me money. So yeah, it's been fun. Been able to play trucker. So I work for UPS right now as a seasonal, and the hope is like I'm a seasonal package delivery car driver, but I'm hoping to get on as like a full-time package car delivery driver. I don't know, a package car. Well, because I don't know, some people don't know what a package car is. Well, then everybody knows that. Okay, have you seen a UPS or FedEx? That's what a package car is. But anyway, I'll eventually, if I'm able to convert or whatever, stay on, I'll become one of those. And they have like a 4-year contract, and after their 4 years, at least in the United States, you make like 41 an hour. So, I mean, it's not like a trucker. I'm not working for a semi or nothing. So I don't know if the industries are different in that regard. But as a seasonal, you're pretty much like gonna get your ass kicked. Yeah, you're basically gonna get your ass kicked as a contract worker, basically. As a seasonal, they'll just try to chower you out, which is what I was doing the last 3 weeks. I had to work like every Sunday or every Saturday, so I just haven't had a lot of time and 10-hour days and all this dumbass shit. So yeah. The hope is that it'll eventually matter to somebody, and then they'll be like, okay, we want you full time. But if it doesn't matter to anybody, well, then I'll have a lot more time on my hands. I'll be streaming more. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So might be very good for the channel if I get laid off. But who knows? But anyway, guys, thanks for hanging out. Please don't send me a universe. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Well, on UPS, they don't really have contractors, really. They're more or less like it's just seasonal. So if you just come during peak season, which is like November to basically Christmas, like literally the day after Christmas, you're pretty much laid off. So I work for UPS, not as like a self-contractor. But if at the end of the peak season they don't need anybody else, I'm just done. I mean, I'll probably get screwed over. That's just kind of how it's probably gonna go. But the hope is that if I bust my ass enough, they'll notice, and then I'll be able to come back for full time. But we'll see. We'll see. I've tried to put my foot down a little bit towards like the longer hours and stuff, because they really are just making me do bitch work a lot of the days, and it's, I don't know, it's digging on my sanity. But anyway. We'll see what happens. If this week's pretty light, we'll hop out and do the chapter 8 and get it finished up one of these days before work. So probably have little time to tell you guys, so just kind of be watching out. If you guys are paying attention, I'll put it in a community post or something. Try to give you guys as much notice as possible, but it might just be a pop-up like, oh, well, today's the day, and we'll probably just finish it. But I'll see you guys. Have a good rest of your day or night, wherever you're at, and enjoy your day.
I'm not a part of